Right, hello everyone. Welcome to Alien Spaceship Stream. You could be watching from anywhere around the country or the world, and I really appreciate every single one of you. Coming to you from the Spaceship Studios from a galaxy far, far away, and today we'll be talking about some trial stuff and other things like that too, and rabbit holes, etc. So there was the Corey Richardson trial, and I was watching it today with the chat, and we'll be going over it. Or Corey Richards. Yeah. What I'm going to be doing now is reacting to some of the opening statements of it while we have people come through. So I'm going to get this right here. This way. There we go. Switching over. And getting this window out. Alright. Alright, this is the state's opening, and we will see him in a moment. Okay. One. Alright, let's put him right there. Okay. Here we go.
It is the evening of March the 3rd, 2022. The defendant, Corey Richards, her husband, Eric Richards, and their three children, 9-year-old Carter, 7-year-old Ashton, and 5-year-old Weston, are at their home in Camas. Eric Richards lived for his three boys. At 7:22 p.m., Corey Richards' boyfriend, Robert Josh Grossman, texts Corey Richards an image of two people romantically kissing. The image is captioned, "Love you." At 8:36, Corey Richards replies, "Love you." The boys go to bed. Corey Richards makes Eric a drink and takes it to him in their bedroom. He drinks on the bed. She departs the bedroom. Corey Richards returns to the bedroom at about 3:00 a.m. She feels that Eric is cold. She nudges him. He does not respond. She sees that he is stiff and pale. His mouth is wide open. At 3:06 a.m., Corey Richards unlocks her cell phone. She travels 243 feet beginning at 3:08 a.m. She unlocks her cell phone again at 3:10, 3:15.
Gracious greetings, Eugene. And hello, Fifi. Good to see you too. And yeah, Eugene, this big trial was going on today, and I'll give you a review about what it was about. People could say their opinions about the trial. That is encouraged. Also, let's see. And the murder trial of Corey Richards, a Utah mother and children's book author, officially began on February 23, 2026. In Summit County, Utah, Richards is accused of fatally poisoning her husband, Eric Richards, with lethal dose of fentanyl in March 2022, and then writing a book about grief to help the children cope. And yeah, now fentanyl is a serious drug that was trafficked from China and I believe China through Mexico and other places in South America, I believe. There's all kinds of ways it gets here. It comes here through boats, through shipments, through all kinds of different routes. And it's a very, very potent version of heroin. And you touch it, you could easily drop dead. It's very lethal. And there is lots of fentanyl around, the, you know, in general, people could touch a dollar bill and it could have it on there. So it definitely is around. But hopefully people don't come across it. All right. And the charges, Richens faces multiple felony counts, including aggravated murder, attempted aggravated murder, insurance fraud, and forgery, and she has pleaded not guilty to all charges. All right, the prosecution's case. Prosecution argues that. Hello, Lori. Oh, thank you, Lori. Glad that you like the thumbnail. Thank you. Yeah, top secret. Charges: Richens faces multiple felony counts, including aggravated murder, attempted aggravated murder, insurance fraud, and forgery. She has pleaded not guilty to all charges. And the prosecution's case. Prosecutors argue that Richens' financial gain to perpetuate her facade of privilege and to start a new life with another man she was having an affair with. They allege she spiked his Moscow Mule cocktail with 5 times the lethal dose of fentanyl. Yeah, that, as I said, fentanyl is powerful. I'm scared. Right. The defense's case. The defense attorneys maintain her innocence, arguing that there is no direct evidence linking her to the drugs. They suggest Eric may have accidentally overdosed while self-medicating for chronic pain and point out the state's key witness, housekeeper, who claims she sold Richens the fentanyl, has a crime history and granted immunity. It's expected to last approximately 5 weeks, including around late March 2026. All right, key evidence and testimony. Previous attempts. Prosecutors allege an earlier attempt on Eric's life on Valentine's Day, 2022, when he became severely ill after eating sandwich his wife left him. Digital footprint. Forensic analysts of Richens' phone revealed suspicious search history, including what is lethal dose of fentanyl. Can cops uncover deleted messages and luxury prisons from Richens to America? Financial motive. Testimony on the first day include Eric's sister, who described Richens as being unusually calm after his death and focused on selling their home and closing on multi-million-dollar mansion. Grief book. The prosecution intended to use her self-published "Are You With Me" as part of elaborate attempt. First day trial on February 23rd. Eric Richens' father and sister provided emotional testimony focusing on Corey's behavior immediately following his death and their suspicions regarding her involvement. Emotional detachment. Eric's sister, Katie Richens, testified that Corey appeared unusually businesslike and well put together on the night of Eric's death, and she noted, while family members were incountable, Corey was in matching pajama SQ outfit with her hair done and was not crying. I do believe people can go into shock when something happens, a traumatic thing happens. Now, in my opinion, which I could be wrong, I think people like Corey were mimicking the emotions instead of really feeling them, hypothetically. But yes, people do go into shock, especially in traumatic situations. Like, one moment they may act normal or to situations, and then they will act emotional in another situation, as there's a certain disconnect that can happen. Now, I'm saying that is real and authentic, but there are cases of some of these people, like these murderers, they're able to mimic emotions. So that is something I do wonder about in these cases. But of course, as I said, people can feel shock and trauma. Definitely. All right, business focus. Over morning, Katie testified she was dumbfounded when hours after Eric's body was removed from the home, Corey was already discussing the closing of a multi-million-dollar mansion. Corey reportedly told her he has nothing to do with it. It's all my business. Suspicious claims about cause of death. Eric's father, Eugene Richens, testified that Corey later told him medical examiner determined Eric was believed died from a combination of COOF-19 and a lung fungus. The same cause that had recently deleted killed Eugene's wife. However, the family later discovered the medical examiner had not yet released results and had never spoken to Corey. Apple Watch deletion. Katie testified that she witnessed Corey abruptly delete information from Eric's Apple Watch before handing over it to one of their children who had to ask for it. Strained interactions. Eugene noted that Corey barely spoke to him on the morning of Eric's death, simply stating there and shaking her head no at him, aversion to drugs. In response to defense claims that Eric may have accidentally overdosed on pain deleter killers, Katie testified that the mother was a drug and alcohol counselor who had instilled a deeper fear, understanding the dangers of drug use in them from a young age. During cross-examination, the defense team played body camera footage they claim showed Corey squatting down to counsel Katie, attempting to counter-narrative her being cold detached. Also pressed Katie on her role as trustee to Eric's estate. All right, now we're going to play the opening statements of the prosecution. We'll continue. Okay.
And twice at 3:19. At 3:21, Corey Richens unlocks her cell phone and calls 911. Paramedics respond, but they are unable to revive Eric. He has no pulse. He is cold. They pronounce him dead at 3:58 a.m. on March the 4th, but they think he has been dead a while. My name again is Brad Bloodworth. I am one of Summit County's criminal prosecutors who, along with Lindsay Shervinack and Fred Burmester, will present to you the state of Utah's aggravated murder case against Corey Darden Richens for causing the poisoning death of her husband and the father of her 3 children, Eric Richens. The state will also prove to you that 2 weeks before murdering Eric Richens, Corey Richens attempted to murder him. And 2 weeks before that, by fraud and forgery, she took out an insurance policy on his life.
Objection, can we approach?
Corey Richens took out an insurance policy by fraud and forgery on Eric's life. And 2 weeks after Eric died, she submitted a fraudulent claim on yet another insurance policy. In this opening statement, I will summarize for you some of the evidence that the state will present over the next few days, perhaps weeks. so that you have a framework to assemble and analyze all of the evidence. The evidence will prove that Corey Richens murdered Eric for his money and to get a fresh start at life. More than anything, she wanted his money to perpetuate her facade of privilege, affluence, and success. Corey Richens owned a house flipping business. She would purchase, rehab, and resell homes. She presented herself to friends and business associates as remarkably successful. The evidence will prove that on the day that Eric died, Corey Richens owed over $4.5 million to over 20 different lenders, and she did not have the ability to service that debt because her bank accounts were exhausted and her credit was exhausted. She had been taking out new loans to include payday loans to service existing loans, but her new credit was drying up. In the 5 months leading to Eric Richens' death, Corey Richens overdrafted over 200 transactions, totaling over $300,000. And on the day that Eric died, Corey Richens was scheduled to close on an unfinished and derelict mansion in Midway, and thus take on an additional $3.2 million in debt. She did not have the financial ability to service that debt, to rehab the mansion, or to hold on to it long enough to resell it. The mansion may appear impressive from a distance, but upon close inspection, it is just a facade. On the other hand, on the day that Eric died, his estate was worth over $4 million. And the evidence will prove that Corey Richens believed she would inherit it all. She believed that she would inherit Eric's $2 million interest in a stonemasonry business, an interest that a prenuptial agreement prevented her from getting any part of if they divorced, but permitted her to get all of if Eric died while they were married. She believed that she would inherit the $1 million or so home that they lived in, but that Eric owned separate and apart from her. And she believed that she would benefit from nearly $2 million in insurance on Eric's life, to include the $100,000 policy that she took out a few weeks before he died. Now, for Corey Richens' fresh start at life motive. This motive overlaps with her money motive. She needed Eric Richens' money to get her fresh start at life. The evidence will prove that Corey Richens was chronically unhappy in her marriage. She thought that having children would make her happier, but it did not. She consulted with a divorce attorney in the months leading up to Eric's death. 3 months before Eric's death, Corey Richens booked a $4,000, 5-night, all-inclusive vacation for her and her boyfriend, Robert Josh Grossman, at the Secrets St. Martin's Resort and Spa in the Caribbean. They were to check in the month after Eric died. Three weeks before Eric's death, 15 days before Eric's death, one day before the charge attempted murder, Corey Richens text messaged Josh Grossman, "If I was divorced right now and asked you to marry me tomorrow, you would? I just want to lay on the couch and cuddle you. Watch a murder documentary and snuggle." Five days after the charged attempted murder and 11 days before the charged murder, Corey Richens text messaged Josh Grossman, "Babe, I miss you. I want you today, every day. Not just sexually, but physically, mentally, every day when I wake up. I do want a future together. I do want you. Figure life out together. If he could just go away. And you could just be here. Life would be so perfect. I love you. I don't know what my deal is today. I'm sorry." 9 days after the charged attempted murder, 1 week before the charged murder, Corey Richens text messaged her boyfriend, "I have a crazy dream. You quit your job. I divorce and come up with millions and millions. We buy Midway and live in the guest house and rent out the huge house as a big event center. $15,000 a day like they charge down the road, maybe $12,000 to stay competitive. And we will just run the event center as our daily job and hang out every day, raise some kids, have a little farm. Deal?" Just over 2 weeks after Eric Richens' death, Corey Richens text messaged her boyfriend a link to the secret St. Martin's Resort and Spa in the Caribbean and asked, "Are we there yet?" One month and 5 days after Eric Richens' death, Corey Richens texted, "I think I want you to be my husband one day." Now for the attempted murder charge. Carmen Lauber was a house cleaner who worked for Corey Richens' aunt's house cleaning company. She cleaned Corey Richens' house. She knew Corey Richens for nearly 9 years. Corey Richens knew that Carmen Lauber had a criminal history involving drugs. The evidence will prove that on February the 11th, 2022, 3 days before the charged attempted murder, Carmen Lauber, at Corey Richens' request, purchased illicit pills from a street drug dealer who was a friend of a friend. And she gave those pills to Corey Richens. That street dealer's name is Robert Crozier, and he sold Carmen Lauber the pills at a Draper in Maverick. 3 days later, on Valentine's Day, Corey Richens purchased a sandwich from the Mirror Lake Diner and left it for Eric Richens. She then departed Camas and met up with Josh Grossman an hour away. At 11:33 that morning, Eric texted Corey Richins, "I'm going to lay down for a bit. If I don't start getting better, I'm going to head to the hospital soon." Shortly thereafter, all activity on Eric's cell phone ceased for nearly 90 minutes in the middle of a busy workday. Once activity resumed, Eric Richins called his two best friends. They sounded to him scared, somber, confused, bewildered. A few days after that, Corey Richins asked Carmen Lauber if she could get something stronger. The evidence will prove that on February the 26th, 5 or 6 days before Eric's death, Carmen Lauber, again at Corey Richins' request, purchased pills from the same street dealer at the same Maverick in Draper. And she left those pills at a home that Corey Richins was just finishing up a rehab on. The evidence will prove that those illicit pills contained fentanyl. The autopsy and toxicology report shows that Eric Richins died of fentanyl poisoning. He had several times a lethal amount of fentanyl in his blood and more in his stomach. And that extraordinary amount of fentanyl was intentional, not accidental. The evidence will prove that time and again, Corey Richins tried to cover up her attempted murder and ultimate murder of Eric Richins. When confronted with Eric's reaction on Valentine's Day, Corey Richins text messaged her friend, "It was Valentine's Day, and Eric and I were both working from home that day, and I ordered lunch from Mirror Lake. He never broke out in hives or used an EpiPen. I was fucking with him. Bailey was there too. He said the sandwich hurt his stomach, so he was going to nap. No hives, no EpiPen." Corey Richins was an hour away from Eric Richins with her boyfriend. Regarding the morning of Eric Richins' death, Corey Richins wrote in a notebook that she entered their room at 3:20 a.m. She saw that when she nudged Eric, nothing happened. She grabbed her phone and called 911. She first grabbed her phone at least 3:06 a.m. and delayed calling 911 at least 15 minutes. The evidence will also prove that Corey Richins had a guilty conscience. The morning that Eric died, his family came over. Corey Richins could not face her children or Eric's dad, Eric Richins. She didn't speak to him. A few days after Eric's death, Corey Richins and her boyfriend, Josh, they drove into the Uintas and talked about Eric's death for the first time. Corey Richins asked Josh, "While serving in Iraq, did you ever kill anyone. When he responded, she asked, "How did that make you feel?" Along the lines of both cover-up and guilty conscience, Corey Richins' text messages and other data from Corey Richins' phone for the 2 months leading up to Eric Richins' death and a week or two after have all been deleted. Police seized that phone. She got a new phone. And on that new phone, there were the following internet searches. Can cops uncover deleted messages iPhone? Can you delete everything off an old iPhone without actually having it?
The thing with a search result, search history is a way they usually can, a lot of times, have a good way to charge someone of a crime or prove that they did something wrong, which is basically the same thing. For instance, there was a dude a couple of months ago that was searching about how to dispose of a body, etc. Things that didn't really correlate well with what the crime he was being charged of was. So it doesn't always mean someone is guilty, but that certainly is an eye-opening thing to know what they were searching for. But as I said, people can search for all kinds of things and never really actually do anything.
Can deleted text messages be retrieved from an iPhone? How to completely wipe an iPhone clear remotely. How to permanently delete information from an iPhone remotely. On April the 13th, 2022, about 5 weeks after Eric Richins' death, detectives informed Corey Richins that the autopsy and toxicology results show that Eric died of fentanyl poisoning. Thereafter, searches on her phone include if someone is poisoned, what does it go down on the death certificate as? Can cops force you to do a lie detector test? Women, Utah prison, luxury prisons for the rich in America. Almost a year after Eric Richins' death, when Corey Richins knew the police were investigating her for his death, Corey Richins published a children's book on how to deal with the loss of a parent. And she promoted that children's book on local television and local radio. The state will present to you this evidence and more through a series of fact witnesses, expert witnesses, documents, and Corey Richins' own words. As you evaluate the evidence and you consider it and you weigh it, let me offer 4 recommendations. The first is the evidence will prove that Corey Richins murdered Eric Richins, but also consider the evidence that proves that Eric Richins did not kill himself or die accidentally. The evidence will prove that Corey Richards had the means, motive, and opportunity to murder Eric Richards. But please consider the evidence that proves no one else did. Consider the evidence leading up to Eric Richards' death that proves that Corey Richards murdered him, but also consider the evidence after Eric's death that also proves it. As you evaluate Corey Richards' conduct, consider the evidence that proves that she richly values and trades on her perceived appearance, affluence, privilege, and success. Let me please highlight two of the judge's instructions that he just provided. The first is, stay focused on the evidence. What the attorneys say, how they say it, their voice inflection, none of that is evidence. Please stay focused on the evidence. Please take notes. As he said, you will probably only hear from a witness one time, and that is when the witness testifies. At the end of the trial, I'll stand back up here. And in closing argument, we will analyze the evidence. We will apply it to the elements that the judge instructed you on. And the state of Utah will ask you to find Corey Darden Richards guilty of the aggravated murder of Eric Richards, the attempted aggravated murder of Eric Richards, 2 counts of insurance fraud, and forgery. Back for a moment to the morning of March the 4th, 2022. It is 8:30. Medical examiners place Eric's body in a body bag onto a stretcher, and they wheel him out of his home for the last time. His boys are upstairs with their uncle. Corey Richards has not yet told them that Eric is dead, and she won't for a few more hours. The last of the sheriff's deputies leave, crime scene techs, medical examiners. And on Corey Richards' phone, the following 3 images are accessed.
All rise. Summit County 3rd District Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge.
All right, this part is from. Right. This part of the trial was from 2 years ago. It'll be 4 years ago this year. Yeah, so I've not seen this in many years, but so this was not from today. This was from an older, one of the older trials. This is the same case, but a different trial, if that makes any sense. All right, let's go here. Hello, Moki. Good evening to you. Welcome to the stream. And nice to have you. And so, Moki, I was just reacting to the first, the opening statement of the prosecution, and I came across this one, which is from 2 years ago. This part I've not seen in a long time. And Roxy said, "I don't understand these women poisoning their good-looking husbands, and I can't even get a boyfriend." Oh, OMG, she looks so different. Yeah, and those people that are guilty that really do poison their husbands, boyfriends, etc. Yeah, there's all kinds of different reasons. I do think there's possibility there could be some like Jodi Arias, for instance, had to do with jealousy. That definitely could do it. It's not right, but that can happen. And I'm sure maybe someone wants to go with another person, and they like Monica Cementelli. They want to go with somebody else, and a variety of other reasons too. But to go and delete somebody, there's something there that's not completely right for them to do the murder part and go through with it. But a lot of people, I think, feel frustrated with things, but they don't actually act on things like this. But yeah, it's just, and then they think they get away with it or had no options. And I'm sure there's a percentage of women that are maybe abused, like that were with abusive partners that think it's the only way out. There are those people, I believe, as well. There's all kinds of different reasons. But of course, the murder isn't the option. Now, if someone's in a moment of self-defense, that's different. Now, in self-defense, it's different. If like a fight happens, you gotta defend yourself. Yeah, but there are people that are abused, etc., by others, which can be a problem. But hopefully, nonviolent maneuvers are taken. Yeah, agreed, definitely. All right, and I'm going to continue to play this right here.
Have a seat, thank you. All right. Is Lazaro ready to call the Richens matter?
We are, Your Honor. I have the mics turned off over here, so I'm going to come up here to speak.
Let me just call the case.
That's fine.
This is 231-500-139. State of Utah versus Corey Richens. Ms. Castell, Mr. Hill, and Ms. Olson on behalf of the state. Ms. Lazaro, Mr. Hamidi on behalf of Ms. Richens. Good morning, Ms. Richens. Afternoon, pardon me. What's contemplated today?
Your Honor, I met with the state prior to this hearing today to discuss the discovery, essentially. There is a lot in this case, and it's ongoing. I believe we've come up with a plan as far as an indexing system and just essentially basic document production guidelines we're going to follow to make sure we all know what everybody has and what's out there and an easy reference to it.
Okay.
So I think from that standpoint, they're going to just essentially reproduce discovery in that manner.
Is it all happening through Box, Ms. Castell?
Yes, Your Honor, happening through Box, but we're going to pull it back, bait stamp it, and then produce it in a much more organized way. We were valuing production rather than organization, and now we're going to organize it in a more efficient and better way.
Do we have an agreement as to a convention for naming electronic files such as recordings and videos?
That's another thing we're going to be working on as well.
Okay.
But we have talked about that as well, and production of those, because those may not be able to be produced through Box. They will probably have to be produced through
Physical media.
drives.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't foresee a problem at this point with us working with the state and figuring those issues out. I think timing-wise,
How fast can the state do it?
Right.
well, and we discussed that as well, and I think in fairness, just given the amount of information, what we'd like to do is set a status in about 60 days. I understand your concerns, and trust me, I share them because my client's in custody. But given how much there is, and all the phone downloads, I have to get those to my phone person. I don't foresee being able to come back and have anything meaningful before then, because I'm going to have
Can you
to.
be prepared to set a preliminary hearing in 60 days?
I hope so. I think that's going to be dependent on, I guess, the ongoing nature of where the state's at in their investigation. I guess. So I can't answer that. Yes, if everything's produced in 60 days, I think we can set a hearing. If there's outstanding things, I guess the answer is I don't know at this point.
I mean, it seems that the state's investigation into related potential crimes is ongoing.
Right.
What I'm trying to nail down is, within 60 days, can you be prepared to understand the universe of evidence supporting the current charges and the amended information?
The current charges, I believe so, yes.
So we could set a preliminary hearing on those, right?
Well, I guess the question is if we amend the information and adding more charges and
Well,
what
we'll
the status
see.
of that. But I think that's speculative now, and I
Right.
think that would be something that we would have to address and can address if and when that happens.
Okay. All right. You're asking for 60 days. I'll give you 60 days. I feel some compulsion to keep it moving as fast as possible, given that Ms. Richens is in custody. And just because we have the prelim doesn't mean trial occurs immediately thereafter. I imagine the investigation
Right.
will continue. Trial preparation will continue. Okay. Any objection, Ms. Cassell?
No, Your Honor, no objection.
We thinking the end of August?
Yeah, I think middle to end of August would be.
Do you want a special set or do you want to do it on a Friday?
I think if it's just a status, unless there's some issues, which I think if we run into issues, we can notice that prior to that anyway, so that we can hopefully have them resolved by that date. I think just doing a Friday is fine with me.
We can do the afternoon of, I'm sorry.
Oh, you're going to say the 18th? That was what I'm worried about, and I could do that virtually, which would be fine if you're okay with that, because we would have other people here.
Would you prefer to just do the afternoon of September 1?
I would
In person?
prefer that.
That's fine with me.
Okay. We'll set a scheduling conference 2 for September 1 at 1:30 p.m. in person.
Thank you.
Anything else today?
I don't have anything further.
No, Your
now.
Honor.
Thank
So,
you.
all right. Ms. Richens, I'll see you back on September 1 at 1:30 p.m. in person, if not sooner. I wish you the best of luck.
Thank
All right.
you, Your
Thank
Honor.
you, Counsel.
You said 1.
September 1 at 1:30.
Yeah, 1:30. Okay.
Yeah, my apologies.
Lots of
Yes.
ones. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right. All right, let's begin with the motion to dismiss. Who's arguing that one?
I am.
Ms. Lazaro, why don't we talk about that for a second?
Okay.
Where would you like me to go on that?
Well, I prepared an argument.
Go ahead.
I'm happy to address questions, or if you want to stop me midpoint and ask questions, however the board wants to proceed with that.
Perhaps I can begin with a threshold question if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely, Roxy. It would be very cringe. And it looks like now the attorney is wearing just a navy blue uniform suit. Yeah. Before the outfit was getting a little bit off course, but that one looks more uniform. Like, okay, and yeah, this was from 2 years ago, by the way. And continuing a little bit, let's see.
In order to grant the motion, I have to make a finding that some kind of conduct by the state's counsel rose to the level of a denial of due process or the denial of a right to a fair trial, right?
Correct.
A lot of that conduct you cite in your motion has to do with letters and filings made after a search of Ms. Rich's cell and statements or allegations regarding witness tampering or the danger thereof. Well, what if they just amended the information and brought charges for witness tampering based upon the same searches and the same evidence. And I use evidence loosely. I'm not suggesting that anything's admissible or wouldn't be subject to a motion to suppress. We'd be right where we are right now, but I don't think that would be misconduct.
I don't think so either, and here's why. If they had formally charged her, she would be given due process rights as it relates to to the alleged witness tampering, right? We would be able to cross-examine people, she would get a trial, we'd be able to present witnesses, we'd have arguments whether or not evidence was going to be admissible or inadmissible. The problem with the way the state has characterized this in their briefing is the fact that they have definitively.
Eugene says, this is the first time I heard about this, but a man who worked at Area 51 said aliens are interdimensional beings and have infiltrated various levels of society. Goal is lover population control. And humans. Oh, okay. So, Eugene, you are exactly correct. I lean more towards them being interdimensional. And there's two, definitely, because we've talked about that in the show. Definitely interdimensional, I think. And they could be from another. There might be, Roxy, there's a theory that there might be time travelers from 56,000 years from now that were humans that evolved to look like that after living in space for so long, and then they came back to see what we look like. The other theory, though, that must be known for those, that believe, this is more of a religious theory, but that the Greys could be something to do with fallen Watchers. There's these beings called the Watchers from the Bible, and that's apparently what those things are, but they're disguising themselves as aliens, but they really are something else. But either way, yeah, those two go by the interdimensional theory. The time traveler or the fallen angel is interdimensional category. Because the UFO could fly, then it disappears and goes somewhere else, and those are the different theories about it. Same thing with a Sasquatch. We're talking about on Friday, and Sasquatch is apparently interdimensional, where it can appear and then just vanish. And the mysterious helper, which is something in folklore, people that are stuck in the woods or stranded somewhere in folklore. The Sasquatch, what we call a Sasquatch, might be what that is, the mysterious helper. And there are cultural talks in the indigenous people here in America that the Native Americans, the Sasquatch is something in their culture that guides people in the woods. Oh, welcome to the Macaroni Crew, Roxy. Welcome. Thank you. A shout out to you. And so that's what happens with that. You have the history of it in indigenous culture. There's alleged sightings of the Sasquatch, the Bigfoot. That's another interdimensional being. And I'll talk, and also saying the mythological creatures from history or from mythologies could be the offspring of the fallen angels and the humans, and also animals and fish, etc., were corrupted by them. So it's a combination of various things that lead to the interdimensional hypothesis. And occultists have summoned a gray alien-looking thing before, so it's something that could be. I do think that there are aliens on other planets, too. I think that with all the billions of stars, like Obama was talking about in that podcast before Trump went and was going to allegedly release more files on it, the aliens, I do think there are people on other planets. I don't know if they see us or not completely, or some of them are those aliens, some of them are interdimensional, mysterious beings. Yeah, those two, I do believe are both true. Because another thing to mention is the a lot. These elites we see with Epstein and these P-file rings. This viewer discretion advised. This what I'm about to say is very graphic. The We talked about before. I don't know if you were here, Roxy. The Androchrome. The Book of Ezekiel is fascinating. Definitely, I'll see some of the tenants' houses. They'll have that Bible open, and it'll be at Ezekiel. Exactly, Eugene, because they're trying to push the interdimensional theory. Right, exactly. Notice these past several years, Hollywood were pushing alternate realities, multiverses, and Earths. Yeah, and for instance, of going to this right here. Let's go. Let's go this one. I think it is. It could be this right here. I'm not too sure. This is a read y'all something. But yeah, Eugene, exactly. They're trying to corrupt the human mind and getting them into those different interdimensional dimensions to cause more corruption, distortion to everything. Yeah, scared. Ah, here we go. Read you all some conspiracy. This is about the interdimensional hypothesis. About That's why the release of the aliens and the Epstein files are both linked. It's not one distracting from the other. They're both linked. It's both this because one has to do with the other. Here we go. This is a opinion, which I think is most likely a fact by someone online. Okay, so viewer discretion advised. This is a wild rabbit hole. So here we go. The entire world is basically run by a satanic cult, we allege. They're psychopaths. Shout out to Loki for the amazing links. They are P-files. They are parasitic and harvest us physically, earthically, spiritually. But they're not human. These are interdimensional beings that have come to the planet, that have taken it over. And they are dark. They are evil. They are patriarchal. So they have created everything in that image. Yes, very fascinating. Yeah. The entire world is basically run by the satanic cult, and they're psychopaths, and they're P-files, they're parasitic. Similar to Nosferatu, Count Orlok, Dracula, that old German movie, and the newer movie that came out with Bill Skarsgård, that one, which is based off Dracula. That version of Dracula is seen as a parasite that lurks and drinks the blood of the people and spreads the plague. That's what these people are like. So they harvest physically, and so the tippy top of the pyramid is going to sound to, we're already crazy land for some people. Let's release the Epstein files, so just go there, but they're not human, okay? So the interdimensional beings that have come to this planet have taken it over, and they are dark, they are evil, and are patriarchal. They have created everything in that image, and then the whole hierarchy is completely compartmentalized, so different rungs, and have different tasks. Yes, the elite seeking immortality. So there's the interdimensional beings that we call aliens, but the Bible would call a demon, right? They were supposed to be angels to guide us and look after us, but they chose a different path. And they created this hierarchy, and they wanted the humans to imitate what they did. Same thing with Baal, Roxy. There's a Baal worship from the ancient Israelites, which the Israelites had a problem with worshiping. And it looks like with the Epstein people that following, the ones that are doing what Epstein is doing are doing the same error of Baal worship. So, because they would sacrifice children to Baal, and it was like a giant statue of a bull human, so it had horns like a devil, and people would sacrifice babies, etc., to it. Oh yes, understood. Yes, definitely, Lori. And that's the thing about Baal. It's these. They're trying to appease that being because there's good and bad entities, and then the now it's in Hollywood, etc. They're doing a similar thing that they did before. Another problem is there's something called adrenochrome. It's something allegedly humans, especially young children, can produce when they're upset or there's an excitement of some kind, good or bad, usually bad. And these alleged activities harvest it. That's what the vampires were harvesting. That's what these aliens, these Epstein people, etc., were harvesting. According to this theory, it's alleged theory. Sounds like a movie, but allegedly, right? And that's what they wanted. That's that's the answer to the question. And I'm sure that's why serial deleters are like that. It's where it comes from. It's like they're parasitic. So we didn't, vampires like to drink blood, but what's in the blood they like. That's what it is. Yeah, that is true. Hollywood is scary, definitely. And things that they do, they have different amounts of big picture. And right below the tippy top, things like allegedly the Vatican, Masons, and Skull and Bones, etc., or whatever are covens. Believe it or not, so practitioners of black magic, that's a big part of the control structure, but that's basically the hierarchy, according to this theory. Yes, there are theories about selling the soul to Satan and for fame, fortune of this world. Now, when this world is over with, you have to pay the piper. There's a debt to pay that no one can afford to pay. According to Christianity, Jesus is the only one that can afford the debt. Other Abrahamic religions believe that God just forgives it automatically. So there's two different variations from the Abrahamic religions. But overall, the other groups have no way of redeeming themselves if they die in that state, unless some sort of miracle happens. Yes, Roxy, that's a good idea. Now, there are people that practice good, that are, there are neo-pagans, etc., that are not demonic, like these people, like people that like nature, etc. I think those people are not bad, but the people that are fooling with black magic or demonic magic, the Baal worship stuff, which I call it, is not good. Right. It's something, bad. Like the ancient Celtic people, I don't think were evil. I don't, but just, even if I believe they weren't completely updated, like a software update needed to be done when Christianity came, but still, I don't think all the practices were evil. But a lot of the practices from, some of the Druid practices did originate from the Canaanites, but it doesn't mean like every single thing that they thought of were bad. So there's like white witches and evil witches. So just for the sake of argument, if they're like evil black magic witches, it's these kind to stay away from. It would open up a can of worms, as the Bible says, legions of them, right? Adrenochrome is an evil practice. When I heard of it about 6 years ago, I was scared. Right, exactly. Scared. And for example, the medical systems we use to have, real healing, like herbs and energetic healing. So, for instance, back in the day, this is an alleged theory, that we had herbs and natural ways of healing and remedies that worked. And now say Rockefellers allegedly, which is one of the bloodline families, that's the lawyer in the hierarchy as well. They created the allopathic medical systems deliberately to poison us and kill us for profit, and that process is to shorten our lifespan and delete us permanently. So they allege that the chemtrails, the different medical stuff that we're given now, is actually not really for our benefit, but for the benefit of these elites to try to exterminate us, and for them to make profit off of it too. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, scared. So that the entire system, this is hard for the human to rock because we've been taught to trust these people who look at them as our parental figures benevolence, and they're not. They're actually, as good example, the medical pharmaceutical systems are designed to harm us by its inherent design. I use a lot of methods, herbal medicine, meditation, etc. Yeah, that is good. That is good to do those natural remedies, etc. That ancient people and I believe also God put there for us to use. And everyone knows the food is toxic. The water is fluoridated. They spray us with chemtrails like those people. They worship Lucifer, worship the dark demonic entities. They are a death cult, and they also need us because they're parasitic, and they have been cut off from the Creator. What God whatever you call that, the oneness, and because they're cut off, they cut off from the life force, and their highest achievement is ego, which is why they're into power and fame, wealth, and all those worldly things. So they like many movies and TV shows are revealing the truth, where their batteries, like Morpheus says to Neo in The Matrix, right? So they need us. They are particularly like to prey on babies and children because of their purity and their essence, their soul, and they've just come in from God into a human body. So this Epstein had this global trafficking ring for these wealthy elites, and apparently also had links to all over the Middle East and Israel too. They doesn't mean people like a citizen in Israel isn't bad, or regular Jewish people are not bad, but the government there seems to allegedly have connections with him, and at a time period at least, and were people in America that were connected with them too. So it's kind of suspicious. And then he was trying to infiltrate Russia too, and he was trying to be a financial advisor of Putin, but that didn't really materialize. And yeah, this dude is like all over the world trying to with this ring. So that's how we know, like, all the conspiracy theorists that were talking about this for a long time. And I was talking about stuff like this since 2016 before I even really knew who Epstein was. And here we go, everybody. It's right there in your face. It's like right there, bam, in your face. So that is what the truth is the truth. There's also in Saudi Arabia a sultan had to do with Epstein very closely, and he stepped down. A lot of these people are stepping down all over. There are some new files that were in the files that were released. There are some redacted names that were unredacted for a second, and there apparently were people that were politicians, some people in the royal families, etc. And a lot of the people that may have stepped down recently may have had something to do with it. And remember, it's not just one country or group of people, but it's all over. Right. So that is the energy. That is the energy is very rich to them, and they harvest it ethically, and then they harvest it physically in the form of blood and flesh eating as well, allegedly. So they are paradoxically hate us. They consider us cattle, and wants to depopulate us, but to potentially they have to keep some of us because we're their energy, their fuel source, if you will. We're also co-creators with God, but they can't create anything. They only piggyback off of existing creations. So what they do is they get us to create this, know that we see it clearly, hell on earth, reality. Now how do they do that? They use trauma-based mind controls, the same they do to humanity as a collective. So that is a theory, just to sum up, of the interdimensional beings. All right, that sums up interdimensional beings being demonic theory, and that sums up the other theory with the that connects them to the elitist cults and to Epstein, how it's one thing linked together. It's all connected. All right. So that's that summarized. So that was a lesson on interdimensional beings and Holly weird, etc. I'll say on YouTube, there's in comment sections, etc., and people try to comment about things. There is some censorship that goes on. Like you could type something like "Hey, how you're doing," and it says, "Oh, we have to censor your comment." It's goofy. And so that is an explanation there about censorship as well as the interdimensional beings, etc. That's why it's important to have freedom of speech. People could voice their opinions about whatever. Lori said, darkness cannot extinguish the light, but a tiny candle flame easily disappears in darkness. That's one of my guiding mantras. Dispels darkness. That's one of my guiding mantras. Oh, absolutely, Lori. Amen. Definitely. And basically, that is the important way to think. The darkness cannot extinguish the light. Even the single candle shines in spite of all the darkness surrounding it. It can light up the whole room. So that's why it's important to remember that. How that one thing will relinquish all the darkness around it in the way the darkness becomes redundant. And a lot of people that have had alien encounters with the Greys, etc., when they say a prayer or invoke the Lord, they immediately disappear, the aliens. They go away. Oh, you're welcome, Lori. It's my pleasure. I feel I must do what must be done. To say things, even if it is not a popular thing to say, it must be said. By the way, to give more elaboration about your question earlier, Roxy, the defense team in February 2026 trial is entirely different from the one that represented Corey Richins in 23. The current defense team, Catherine Nestor, a veteran defense attorney and former federal public defender in the District of Utah. Wendy Lewis, a seasoned trial lawyer known for her work on high profile cases, including the offense of Brian David Mitchell. Alexander Ramos, part of the court appointed team providing indigent defense for Richins. The original defense team was Sky Lazaro, the lead attorney who represented Richins for her arrest in May 2023. The entire early petrol phases. Reason for change: the film withdrew, citing an eerie, cohensible, and non-waivable situation that made continued representation impossible while specific details were kept under seal. The firm indicated that the conflict was related to civil cases they were also handling for her. All right, because when I was watching it today, the attorney obviously were different than the other ones that we were seeing recently. All right, there's something else about Corey Richardson I was going to talk about here. What's it say? Today's trial highlights for the trial today. In the opening statements, prosecutors argued that Richins deleted killed her husband for financial gain to sustain an expensive lifestyle and to be with another man. The defense countered by emphasizing a lack of direct evidence, such as no fentanyl being found on the glassware, and portrayed Eric as a partier who may have been died deleted from an accidental overdose. He witnessed testimony. Eric's sister and father took the stand. His sister, who is the executor of his estate, testified that Eric had secret concerns about his wife's actions and had changed his will and life insurance beneficiaries to exclude her before his death. Financial fraud evidence. Witnesses discussed Corey's alleged forgery of Eric's signature on a $250,000 home equity loan and her mounting debt, which reached over $3 million by the time of his death. Digital evidence. Prosecutors highlighted forensic data from Corey's phone, including searches like "what is lethal dose of fentanyl," inquiries about whether police could recover delete messages, etc. Right. Aggravated murder, attempted aggravated murder linked to a suspected poisoning on Valentine's Day 2022. All right. Multiple counts of mortgage fraud, infrastructure, and forgery. All right, the defense has not presented its full case yet. In a criminal trial, the prosecution presents its evidence, witnesses first, and the defense is currently in phase of cross-examining. Prosecution witnesses, which include Eric Richins' father and sister. During their opening statements and initial cross-examinations, the defense team, led by attorneys Kathy Nestor, Wendy Lewis, and Alex Ramos, has focused on the following points. Lack of direct evidence. They argue that there's no physical evidence, such as a fentanyl or glassware, linking Corey to drug that deleted her husband. Alternative cause of death. They suggest Eric Richins may have died from accidental overdose, characterized him as someone who used substances like gummies, like marijuana gummies, or hydrocodone to manage pain. Challenging witnesses. The defense is working to discredit the key prosecution witness, such as the housekeeper who claims to have sold Corey to the drugs by pointing to their criminal histories and potential motions to lie for the legal prosecution. Okay, that's a summary about the trial that for day one. Okay, and we'll continue with this. This is not from today. This is from a couple years. This is from 2 years ago. All right.
Said she's guilty of it without being afforded any of those. And I think being charged with something is different than the state saying she witnessed tampered. This isn't the first time she witnessed tampered. This is further evidence of witness tampering. All of those things. And then they go on to say, you know, not only did she witness tamper, but because she witnessed tampered because she's guilty of murder. Like, her witness tampering is a consciousness of guilt. And I can pull it out of the briefing. We prepared it in slides, but that's the problem, and that's the violations of rules 3.4, 3.6, and the ABA standards, is you can allege some through a filing or through a criminal complaint, right? She's here today because the state's alleged that she committed a number of crimes.
Sure.
Right, and she's gonna get her preliminary hearing, and we're gonna go through this entire process before we get to say she's guilty or not guilty. And the problem with the state's characterization over and over and over again, and in fact it got progressively worse or progressively more definitive in their statements that she is guilty of witness tampering, and that's the narrative that the media has picked up. And I think that's the violation of the rule, not, you know, if they had charged her with it, you're right, we would still have to deal with it. And perhaps there would be some press surrounding it. But we would also then have the opportunity to refute that or go through due process rights. But by just saying she was guilty of it, and by saying she was guilty of it is bad. By saying she witnessed tampered as a consciousness of her guilt is worse. By saying she administered the fatal dose of fentanyl is worse.
So
And they're
pause there
tying
for
all
a
of
minute.
this together.
A lot of that water went under the bridge as of the detention hearing. That is their theory of the case, that there was a financial motive, there was poisoning caused the death of
Right.
her spouse. I mean, that's the case. Then we have requests for things like don't let her talk to certain individuals because And then once we get into the because, their justification for the request is, we're concerned that she's trying to alter their testimony in a future trial. Stated broadly, everything I just described is part and parcel of lots of criminal cases.
Right, except for the fact that they go further to say, they have a theory, right? It's in the probable cause statement, it came out in testimony at the detention hearing, you're right. That happens in every single criminal case, and we can cross-examine people and weigh the credibility of witnesses as we go through, okay? The problem is in their briefing, they dispel or they characterize the defendant's alternative theory or perhaps a potential theory of the defense as a false narrative, that it's a lie, okay?
Sure.
Which completely diminishes the credibility of anything we say. And then they've gone on to say, and all of her witnesses are lying, and she's telling her witnesses to lie. So now we're in a position where anybody we put up there, you know, a jury pool is gonna say, well, I mean, she witness tampered, so obviously these people are lying. And the state's already said that anything she says is a false narrative because it doesn't fit their theory. That's a problem, and the rules specifically prohibit the state from commenting on the theory of the case, or on alternative theories of the case, or on the credibility of witnesses. And
Trying to determine where the line between permissible advocacy and impermissible communications that would
well,
irreparably damage the jury pool. I acknowledge that however long jury selection was going to be at the end of the detention hearing, it seems like it's 3 times longer now. I'm with you, I got it. But why can't we, through a combination of lengthy and careful jury selection and instructions to whatever jury gets selected, mitigate the harms that you're describing?
I'm going to answer this in 2 ways.
Sure.
Okay, the first one is, I want to address first is the rules are clear about what they can and can't do. And the rules are clear about prosecutors in particular, what they can and can't do. And they have a heightened duty. And there's case law out there that specifically says they have this heightened duty because things that come from the government come with more indicia of credibility, right? If the government's saying she's a liar and the witnesses are liars, and any theory she has of the case is a false narrative because it doesn't fit theirs, that's a violation of the rules, like period, I think. Or at least that's our position, is they have clearly violated the rules in doing that. And in going so far as to make statements about her guilt. There's been a violation of the rules. I think what you're getting to is a potential remedy, and I think the prejudicial effect is that this is everywhere. We pulled, I mean.
But it was everywhere long before this.
It was, but it was everywhere before the state started making these comments. It was going to be everywhere. I don't think, I mean, I'm not gonna sit here and say that all of, you know, this wouldn't have happened or there wouldn't have been news stories, sure. There would have been news stories about this case no matter what we did. And I think that's a given. The problem is now these news stories have adopted the state's interpretation of the letter. And the news stories have run with.
Accurate? I mean, I have assiduously tried to avoid news coverage of the case
Right.
just to make sure that my consideration of it wasn't polluted by any inaccuracies in the popular media. But even I've bumped into the cover of People magazine, which seems to indicate or have at one time been providing a counter narrative that seems to be provided by the defense side of the media. I mean,
I think there
why
is a
isn't this a case of both sides airing their competing narratives to the fullest extent they believe is permissible under the rules?
I think you can advocate, but I think it has to be within the rules. And when you go so far as to essentially say she's guilty of witness tampering, and because she witness tampered, she committed murder. And the Today Show pulls a snippet and puts it by her face that says she, she told these people to lie about whatever it is. That's a problem. And I think that goes a step too far. Yes, we can all effectively advocate. We're going to do it through briefing throughout this case, I'm sure. But I think there's a line in what you can say, and I think the rules are very clear on it. And when the state starts making conclusory statements about her guilt, about the credibility of her witnesses, about her credibility, about my credibility, I don't think, and then the narrative becomes, and the comments that we've pulled are, she's guilty, she's, why are we even doing this? This is just a box to be checked. Like, these are local comments. And yeah, you're probably gonna get some of those, but the state has taken it a step too far. And the other thing I want to address is there was an alternative method to this. And in the ABA comments, this goes to the second part of your question, 2 questions ago, regarding, if they think she witness tampered, can they bring a motion and ask the court for relief? The answer is yes. Okay, I think we can agree on that. The problem is in the way they characterized it and the statements they made in their brief. The second problem is it should have been, our position is it should have been done differently. And the ABA comments speak directly to it, and it's 8-2 point, one second, I'm gonna get there. I can only remember so many numbers. Point 1, and what it says is, a lawyer participating in a criminal matter should not place statements or evidence into the court record or into a document that is deemed an open record under applicable law solely for the purpose of circumventing the standard. If the lawyer has reason to believe that the public release of the record or document would create a substantial probability of harm to the fairness of a trial or other overriding interest, the lawyer should consider seeking a sealing order pursuant to standard.
Pause there for a minute. In order for a violation of the rules to be material, it has to have caused irreparable prejudice such that due process is violated, she can't get a fair trial. So let's stay focused there. I'm just not sure we're at that point, given the amount of publicity that existed beforehand, what the comments probably said before all of this, the availability of other measures. Dismissal is the ultimate sanction. And correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think you cited a case in which the case was dismissed prior to trial for this kind of conduct rather than during trial. Am I right about that?
Or after.
Okay.
Correct. Candidly, I did not find a case that stated that. I think
mean, can we just acknowledge
Yeah.
that during trial, the options are so limited. The jury's already in the box. We
Right.
can't re-impanel.
Right.
Jeopardy's attached.
Right. I think that is a different scenario. I think some of the cases, though, that came back on appeal, right? Like, it didn't get dismissed during trial. The conduct occurred, prior to trial. And those cases came back on appeal, for a new trial.
Okay, and over here, something else to pull up. Regarding the files and regarding the Epstein files, so on February 19, I'm going to say this is alleged file, that on February 19 a document appeared on the DOJ's, and Eugene says she's a tall lady. Yeah. She is very tall. I was thinking that myself, especially with those shoes on too. Yeah. As I see Eugene, I did not see her today at the trial, so I knew she wasn't there. That's where I was thinking they had to switch out the attorneys, and they did. So a fun fact: is allegedly on February 19, a document appeared in DOJ's library portal. By midnight, it was gone. But they this the poster allegedly has the file EPS 2026 0219 sealed. Document contained 43 names that were redacted in the original January 31 release. These are not the 318 public names. These were names that Bonnie said were withheld for law enforcement sensitive purposes. One's under active investigation. Someone at the DOJ uploaded the unredacted version by mistake. 4 hours later, deleted, scrubbed like it never existed, but the screenshots spread to 14 Telegram channels before the takedown. They can't publish all 43, not yet, but allegedly 3 sitting senators, 1 active Supreme Court justice, 2 former CIA directors, 1 current NATO official, 4 Fortune 500 CEOs, 2 in tech, 1 in pharma, and 1 in defense. The head of a major children's charity, a royal family member not named Andrew. The rest were financiers, ambassadors, and 2 names connected to Vatican, allegedly why they panicked. Maxwell's lawyers filed their emergency motion the next day, which a lot of people do not believe is actually Maxwell. The 90,000 pages, she wants them blocked. Now they can know why. The 318 names were the ones they could show. The 43 names are the ones that would end the government, allegedly. Prince Andrew was arrested the same day that the file leaked. Coincidence? ? The Sultan of DP World resigned the same day. Goldman Sachs top lawyer resigned the same week. So we will see. There's 52 days left. 52 days, 8 days, etc. We will see if they release any of these names of these people that are apparently going to be groundbreaking information. So we will see about that. So that was some Epstein facts, some Epstein theories, conspiracy theories for everybody.
Those were embezzlement kickback side deal, right? Not pre-trial publicity cases.
Correct.
Am I right about that?
Correct.
Okay.
So I do think it's nuanced, or it's difficult in these cases. I think we can all acknowledge that. But there is a process in place to ensure we can do the best we can, to take care that we all do the best we can, not to violate any of her rights to a fair trial. And the state, in their assertions and the statements they have made, have not done that. And the prejudice is we can't undo that, okay? This letter is out there forever, right? Whether it's ultimately admissible at trial doesn't matter at this
It
point.
matters a little bit, doesn't it? Because if it were to come
I mean, I'm
in
gonna
a
argue it
trial-
matters because I'll probably move to most to suppress it, but.
Well, sure.
Right.
So, I mean, but, and I'm not expressing an opinion one way or the other
Right.
about any kind of motion in that regard. But imagine the letter came in a trial. Any pretrial prejudice is now mooted. It's in. The actual jurors have seen it and heard it.
The problem is the statements the state has made during the pretrial phase, right? The statements that they have interpreted, this letter's open to multiple interpretations.
Sure.
Right? And yes, we can get to that through cross-examination and.
If it comes in.
Or, yeah, at trial.
Right.
The problem is that there is local, national, global media where the state has interpreted the letter in the way they want and has put out to the world and all of our potential jurors that Corey's lying, that her witnesses are lying, that her theory is false, that that's the problem. The problem is their statements and the way they've interpreted it, and the prejudice to her is, you can't undo that. I mean, sure, we can probably ask people, questions in voir dire, but I don't think that's sufficient given the egregiousness of the statements. If it had just been, the way it should, in my opinion, the way it should have been done, or the state's, or the defense's assertion is they could have moved the court for a motion for a no contact order. They could have filed it under seal. They could have filed the letter under seal. We could have had this argument, or in a way that wasn't the state saying that she witness tampered. It wasn't the state saying that her witnesses lied. It wasn't the state saying she's guilty of murder. Those are the problems, and those aren't going to go away. Forever there's going to be this issue that the states said that, and they can't do that. And if the courts, and I granted, dismissal is the ultimate remedy, right? But there are alternatives. I don't think any voir dire is going to cure this issue, given the egregiousness of the statement.
So I looked at your, or I should, the defense's proposed alternative remedies. I'm not prejudging a motion to change venue, but you haven't provided a basis to change venue yet. The dynamics that we're talking about, as far as I can tell, exist statewide, nationwide. This case was covered by the BBC. I don't know that you will find a jurisdiction that is, certainly not the state of Utah, that is going to be materially different than Summit County in terms of its saturation with media coverage of this case.
Correct. I think there will be other grounds, and that motion will come. We're fairly early in the process of this, so I do anticipate moving for a change of venue. Based on I agree. Unless we're going to some tribal land in Ghana, we're probably not finding people where it hasn't touched. But I think there are other issues that we will bring to the court's attention that we believe would support a change of venue. We don't need to get into that today, but I do anticipate that will be coming.
Then we have disqualification in the Summit County Attorney's Office, and I'm not sure why that follows. Here, at this point, aren't they the most sensitized to the issues and the permissible bounds of what they can and can't say, rather than somebody else?
Wait, say that again.
Well, they've been involved. They're going to be subject to whatever ruling they make. I don't understand why disqualification of that office based upon public comments, conduct they've taken in prosecuting case, making motions, rather than extrajudicial things like those things that exist in other cases that were discussed in the briefing of embezzlement, bribes, that kind of conduct. Here, if you're right that they violated some ethical rules, well, now they know, and I would remain confident they wouldn't do it again.
I don't think that cures the problem.
Tell me why, though, on a going-forward basis. What is it about the continued involvement of the Summit County Attorney's Office on a going-forward basis that would be prejudicial to Ms. Richards?
I think if the court takes no action against the Summit County Attorney's Office, they're sanctioning what they said. And I think that adds additional credence to their statements. And I think that's a problem. Further, they've been involved in the investigation. Allow me a little more. Thank you. So, when they began investigating this case, I was having communication with the Summit County Attorney's Office. So they've been involved since the very beginning. of this investigation and throughout it. And so they are intimately intertwined in the entire investigation as it went forward. Further, then they've said that this is our theory, there's no other theory, and the defense theory's got to be a lie because it doesn't fit with our narrative of facts, right? The problem is, you know, there's an insinuation that perhaps they drove the investigation, and this is where it ended up. And if it's
Tell me what you mean by that.
well, they made the ultimate conclusion that she's guilty in their briefing.
Okay.
Okay. And they were involved with the sheriff's office throughout the entire investigation, and they're saying that, you know, any alternative theory, say we, you know, go out and investigate and have investigators working and come forth with additional things or alternative theories or whatever, they've already said that can't be true because it's a lie.
Okay.
And because they drove the investigation or they were so involved in the investigation, I don't, you know, maybe they didn't go look for any. I think the implications of...
That's a great closing argument regarding Ms. Richards getting railroaded, but I'm not sure that justifies by itself
I think
disqualifying the Suffolk County Attorney's Office.
I think in order to fix the narrative that the state has put out there needs to be drastic measures. And one of those could be, or should be, you messed up and you're off the case.
I understand that argument.
I mean, I think that is the only, the only way to correct the violations that we've alleged, is to say, you know, that they made mistakes, they violated the rules, and therefore they're not on the case. I think that puts us back a little bit to center, where now we can go forward and we can present theories and there's a message out there that says, look, they shouldn't have made those statements, they can't make those statements, and by disqualifying them, the office as a whole, I think it sends a message to potential jurors that that's incorrect. And that there's
Isn't that
potential...
problematic as well, though? Or we'd be sending a message, I mean, we'd have to exclude all the jurors that had any sense of that, that were going to draw any conclusions upon that. We need potential jurors that were agnostic about that, wouldn't we? Meaning they didn't have an opinion one way or the other regarding the motives or conduct of any of the participants.
Right, but there's still, I don't think without proper remedies from the court, it restores Corey's right to a fair trial.
Okay.
I mean, at the end of the day, we can't, doing nothing essentially just adds credence to what they said, and she's in a place now where, you know, we can't call these witnesses, I mean, we're going to call witnesses, but, you know, we're on the presupposed motion or assumption that, you know, the world has taken that they're liars because that's what the state said. And they can't make those, you couldn't make those in a closing argument. They couldn't get up there and say those things for a reason, right? So you should be able to say it now.
Well, I mean, let's be more specific about that. If they wanted to get up and say that, for example, if Ms. Richards testified to X, Y, and Z, I think the state would be able to properly say, listen, compare X, Y, and Z to evidence A, B, and C. The inconsistency shows that X, Y, and Z is a false narrative. That is proper closing argument.
Right, but it'd be based on evidence.
Fair enough.
Right?
Yeah.
And you could, that is, I mean, that's what you advocate in closing arguments. You can say, you know, we presented this, the jury gets away the credibility of everybody's witnesses, including the defendant, and make their own determination. They've circumvented that entire process by saying it now. They predispositioned everybody to look at these people through a lens that they're lying, to look at Corey through a lens that she's lying, to look at Corey through a lens that she is trying to get people to lie for her, to look at counsel, frankly, through a lens that I'm doing improper, I'm doing nefarious or criminal acts, is what they've alleged. So that's the problem. They have essentially hit every single part of the rule that you're not supposed to violate. And the comment to 3.6 lays out things that are materially prejudicial. So I think that answers that question where they're making these statements now. 3.6 in the comments specifically says these things are materially prejudicial. And those are the things that they've done here.
Okay. I understand your position. It won't be the last time you get to talk. Let me hear from the state. Was there anything else you wanted to put on the record in the first place?
No.
Okay.
We'll just,
Mr. Pleasant.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
All right, this dude right here looks like the same one from this time. Before he begins, I want to say about the alien time traveler theory. It suggests that we identify as aliens at our UFOs are actually humans from the distant future. Let's see, anything else that I didn't say? The theory points the visitors are chrononauts, are future anthropologists. Their interest in us is not for conquest, but for scientific documentation of their ancestors. Solving the Fermi paradox, the model offers alternative Fermi paradox. Where is everybody? Suggests we aren't seeing aliens from other planets because the visitors are actually our own descendants. Alright. Physicist Jack Sarfasi suggests that if warp drive technology is possible, time travel is inevitable. Other side is generally relative. Allows for creation of closed time-like curves. Criticism. Mainstream societies like Neil deGrasse Tyson said Stephen Hawking largely, they thought it was not true or illogical, physically impossible regarding the travel from the past. Unorthodoxy. Even within UFO community, this is considered an unorthodox alternative, but it is certainly a possibility. Alright, so that's a little bit more on the theory about aliens being time travelers.
State's briefing was a little general in terms of we haven't done anything wrong, there's no prejudice, let's just move on. Address Ms. Lazaro's argument that the things that the state said in its briefing related to the walk the dog letter are not the types of things that the state would be allowed to say in closing argument.
Your Honor, they are the things the state would be allowed to say in closing argument. It is fair argument, fair advocacy based on facts in the record today. And that's an important point here, is that consistent with First Amendment jurisprudence on public access, consistent with the court's rulings on public access, these are public debates. These are the debates where the state makes its case in a filing, and the defense has an opportunity to rebut that case in the filing. They've just rebutted it not only in their prior violence, but right here, right now at this podium. And that is fair litigation. That is how cases are litigated in criminal courts throughout Utah every single day.
Would you acknowledge that during jury selection, we will need to identify jurors that have no knowledge of a whole long list of things, including the briefing and media coverage regarding the walk the dog letter and the manila envelope and any number of other things?
Yes, Your Honor. Undoubtedly, the court and the parties will select a fair and impartial jury. That will take longer than normal. That will take a jury pool larger than normal, an enlarged questionnaire, expansive voir dire. But there are people in Summit County who are not following this case, at least a dozen or so. And there are people, who we can see as very impartial. Summit County Court set a jury in the Gwyneth Paltrow matter that received tremendous publicity. The court was right to note that much of this publicity is both national and international. More so probably than Summit County. I can think of two pending cases before this court, one civil, another criminal, that are receiving as much local ink as this case. And the court will seat Summit County juries in those cases as well. As it relates to the walk the dog letter, and kind of this instant discussion we're having, the Algiers case that I can remember if it's the state or the defense cites in its briefings, in dicta makes, I think, a pertinent note that the publicity at issue in the prosecutorial misconduct and retrial motion was kind of a drop in the bucket to the overall publicity that the case received over the arc of time. That's where we are here as well.
Okay. Anything else from the state on this motion? We have plenty of other ground to cover.
Your Honor, if your questions are answered, I will sit down.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Lozaro.
There are a couple of things I'd like to address. If
Please.
you would so indulge me. The first point I'd like to bring up, and we addressed it in our briefing, is the state in their response briefing to this doesn't address really prejudice, as the court just noted. They don't address it at all. That they're, I mean, essentially, what they say is it maybe doesn't matter, that this is out there and so be it. The next thing, I think it's important to look at the statements. The state is saying that they could say these things in trial. They could say these things, perhaps some of them, if they're supported by evidence in closing argument. What they can't say, and I think I'll just pull out a few of the ones that I think are particularly problematic, is, they first say that the court needs a no contact order to prevent the defendant from further engaging in witness tampering. Essentially implying that she's witness tampered before.
Right, but I come back to the hypothetical if they had just charged her.
But they haven't, that's the problem.
I know, but isn't that better for her?
Well, yeah, I don't want any more charges,
Right.
I agree with you.
But isn't it a proper exercise of prosecutorial discretion to say, that is a distraction, to prove that lesser charge, we're going to focus on the top level charges that are in the information.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I don't,
So the only reason I raised that is to say, in that alternative universe that I
See, this judge, I like how he challenges what is being said. He gives a good debate to both the defendant side and the attorney, because when he's talking to the different attorneys, I like the way he does that. He's in the court. He was like that today. Towards the end, they're taking care of some matters, and eventually they came to a conclusion about what was going on, and they're going to get it done in a couple of days. So, not a couple of days, on the next day, rather, or at some point. Okay.
am describing my hypothetical, the information, the preliminary hearing, all that stuff would be transmitting the message. She's a witness tamperer. That is not different than we have here. It might be worse.
it might be, but it might not be, and here's why. The state concedes in their brief that they didn't have evidence that she'd ever passed the letter or witness tampered, right?
Right.
So we would actually get to stand up here and say or cross-examine people to essentially prove that that wasn't true.
Well, that's probably
So,
not to
and I don't,
too far in
yeah, I
direction,
mean, I don't
but
think that
why I'm
matters.
disinclined to prevent her from talking to her mother and her brother.
Okay, but the issue is that they have just declared that she's guilty of it, right? Instead of...
Is there anybody in the world that thinks the state of Utah doesn't believe she's guilty of the crimes for which she's been charged?
Is there anybody in the state of Utah? Well, I hope so.
Well, I guess, no, not that they believe personally, but that does anybody out there think the state is just doing this as theater? I mean, the state's position from the beginning is she's guilty.
Right.
I don't think they've been unclear about that.
No, but the problem is that they've used, the way they've drawn the inference between witness tampering and the ultimate decision that a jury is going to make in this case after it hears evidence is that because she witness tampered, it's a consciousness of guilt. You know, she induced people to lie because she's guilty, right?
Isn't that similar to some of the arguments that we heard on which I relied during the detention hearing regarding the internet searches? Consciousness of guilt, trying to hide conduct. I guess what I'm saying is that why is making arguments regarding a particular piece of evidence, admissible or otherwise, showing consciousness of guilt, why isn't that a proper conduct rather than improper conduct, whether it gets media attention or not?
Because the rules specifically say that they can't comment on her guilt. The rules specifically say you can't comment on the credibility of her witnesses. The rules specifically, I mean, it's clear in the rules. It's very clear in the rules what you can't do, and that's what they've done here.
But you're not suggesting that the rules prohibit, as a matter of law, making an argument regarding consciousness of guilt in a pretrial finding?
I think when you tie it to the ultimate, I think it depends on the context, right? I think you could use this phrase, consciousness of guilt, in a number of different ways that doesn't say she's guilty of witness tampering, we're telling you she's guilty of witness tampering, and because she's guilty of witness tampering, she's doing it because she's guilty of murder. And that's what you can't say. You can't go that far. Yes, there are probably a number of ways you could argue that in different ways that may not violate the rules. But the way...
Hello there, mermaid. Welcome to the stream. And a mermaid says, well, today sucked. I don't know. I feel bad about hearing about that. And if you want to talk about it, we're here, but If not, that's fine too. And I hope tomorrow is better. So I know you just had the move. That is something pretty big. Yeah, it's a big move, definitely. No, that is fine, Mermaid. I wanted to give you a shout out and wanted to acknowledge you being there. I do that all the time when people come through. I maybe not all the time, but I do what I can to try to give people shout outs when they come in. Oh, okay, Mermaid. I'll be there later. When you go live, I'll be there. Lori, Roxy, and Eugene said hello too. That's good. Okay. And well, today we got false Cuff calls my son, and it horrified me. Oh, okay. Oh no. Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you. I was about to say I wasn't too sure what that was, but now, okay. Thank you. Oh, he may have been misbehaving, maybe or something. Okay. Thank you for letting me know. Yeah. Hopefully, uh, it gets resolved, and I could understand that has to be annoying with if he is or he isn't or what happened. It's the last thing you need after you just moved in to your place. Yeah. Yeah. Eugene said hello to Mermaid. That's cool. Let's see. Also, Lori. That's very cool. Shout the chat. Okay. So, you know, yeah, I think that, you see, so a lot of times when a kid gets in trouble, they may not always say that they're in trouble and pretend that they didn't do something. So then trying to get the truth out is not always easy. Yeah. So they get in detention, suspended, etc. Mermaid said so many parents get the CFID calls and it can be a prank or it could be a child. Oh, okay. Okay. That type of trouble. I understand. Okay, thank you for explaining to me, Mermaid, about it. And so many parents of, yeah, I hope he is not in he's hopefully not being in trouble in that sense of being harmed. I hope he's safe and not having a problem. So you gotta be careful with you. Keep eyes on our, yeah, which I would say, in my opinion, it's good to have them in a safe environment where they're being looked after and not hurt or abused or anything. That's uh, really makes me infuriated when people hurt children, especially after what we're talking about with the Epstein stuff. Uh, yeah, it's just the shouts to the kids. Yeah. Oh, and Lori said doing chores, listening, but not always seeing ADHD. ADD. Yeah. You're welcome, Mermaid. Oh, well, that's good, Mermaid, that you're getting him to safety and doing what you can do. As a very good parent. Excellent. Yeah, I'll have to. Okay, that's good, mermaid. That's good. It can be very frightening, especially for them. Especially that's good to talk to the parents, talking to their kids about what's going on. And Eugene says, "Mermaid, I hope you get everything sorted out." Well, thank you, Eugene. That's very kind of you to say. Uh, it's important for her to get that done, um, as that everything can be resolved as quickly as possible. And oh, I'm sure it was very It's like fear, definitely. Fear and like the impending doom. Yeah, that's the last call a parent would want to get. Okay, the school did. Okay. Happened 2 times. Okay. Yeah, like I would want to put the kid in a school where that stuff isn't happening. Yeah. Amen, guys, and I'm sure it'll be after Thursday too. Okay. Yeah, because it's good to know when something's going on, but it's not the call people want to hear. And hopefully it wasn't anything too serious. But if it is something serious, you'll face it head on. Oh, that is so evil for people to prank somebody like that. That is totally wrong. Completely a Timu Sheen prankster to do such a thing, such a clown to prank someone over that. Yeah, absolutely. Luckily, believe parents when they're willing to work with the CYFD. Oh, that's good. They believe the parents because the parents are definitely concerned about their kids when the when they try to work with the organization. Yeah. I get. I see what you mean. I know what that is. They are doing that to try to cause that to happen. Yeah, that's another situation that's bad as well. That shouldn't happen to anybody. So definitely, I think if they're pranking you or trying to do that to you or whatever else is completely uh, messed up and evil. And hopefully, it's nothing actually happening to him though at the same time. Yeah. So that is cringe mermaid that they do that. Mermaid said it's against the law to make false reports, but it's hard to sue someone if it's anonymous. Absolutely. It's difficult to track them sometimes. It was either the stalker or the school, and you think it's the school. Okay. Yeah, the. I know you have the stalker, and you did just move. You know, because the stalker may want to mess with you as you move. So that's another thing to think about too. But yeah, it's either one or the other. Understood. Yeah, crazy stuff. Yeah, it's a day that was not too good of a day. Not at all for that. Absolutely. Well, okay. Thank you for letting me know, Mermaid. And yeah, I can understand where you would feel that way because of your the stress, the stressors from the moving and this happening. I can understand there could be a relapse about that. And but do it as if you do it, don't try not to overdo it where it's causes a problem. But yeah, understood. Just be safe as you usually are, of course. I've never known of you having a problem, like a really bad problem with it, because there's some people that will like get like alcohol poisoning, and to the point where, but that I don't think happened to you. But I don't know, they throw up on it or something. Anyway, just basically it happens in my city a lot because of especially on Mardi Gras. One time I was in the children's hospital when I had an ear infection, which was that really sucked. And someone in the room next to me had a problem with it, and I'm like, it sounded like a demon in there. I'm like, I was scared, scared. Oh, good job handling it. When we moved, I was hungover, and I did. Oh, okay. It happens sometimes. Yeah, it's best to sleep on your side in that situation because it won't cause you to choke on it if you do it when you're sleeping. If you're up like up straight. I was told that a couple of years ago, by the way. I never had a problem with that, but I was given instructions about it. Miranda said some people can handle the liquor at all. It's scary. And oh, you get okay, understood. Oh, I'm glad that God wakes you up before it happens with His mercy. That is good to know. Excellent. Yeah, because the Lord helps us with His mercy and blessings at the same so all that. So, um, hopefully, you have a good evening, and you could just wind down, and tomorrow's better, and you can figure out what's going on with your son. You got to deal with the school, the stalkers, and pranksters. There's a whole syndicate going on. I believe they're trying to do a conspiracy against you, but you're gonna overcome it and beat them. Yeah. I remember saying like the saying goes is that the if the vodka is only drink that doesn't have a taste to it, unless it's flavored. It's a rumor I heard about. And the other ones have taste to it. But definitely still praying about it. Okay, that's good. Oh, I'm glad that you're glad you're all right. Yeah, where's that warm weather? Where I am, the warm weather was here a couple of days ago, but it's gone now. So, your cold weather came over where I am. And yeah, where is that cold weather? It needs to come back. Scared. Well, that's good, Mermaid, that you're going to carry on and do what you have been usually been doing. Yeah, so I like the liminal games and the pools that you do. Those are some really good games. As I say, you came up with these games that are so different in a good way. It's like doing basic things, like cleaning a pool or walking around, and it could still be like an engaging, intuitive game with beautiful graphics. I like the Easter egg. I like the. I believe it was the egg one where they had the colorful eggs. I think that's what they were. No, it was the ducks. See, my Timu Sheen memory is deceiving me. There are ducks from the pool. It's a. It reminded me of Easter eggs. Anyway, so yeah, I like the gaming ideas you do, and I'm going to get Subnautica at some point and play it. By the way, I'm going to get it. I'll play it in the show. It looks like my home planet. Oh, well, I'm gonna feel right at home with a intergalactic game like that. Another. It looks like another planet. Nice. The duck one, silly. I'll play the pool simulator time too. It's great. Yeah, thank you, because the Timu Sheen brain of mine from it's all the way from outer space. It's a It has some shrews loose in it, so I appreciate the clarification. Yeah, it was those ducks. So I'm thinking it's the eggs. It's like, uh, I'm gonna be painting Easter eggs next. Oh, understood. Mermaid. Right. The wildlife of ducks. Ducks, they don't like to be put in a situation where they're forced to go back into a box. They want to stay in the pool, and they act difficult. They don't say anything, but they act difficult. Their personalities are loud. I said with excellent graphics, by the way. Really excellent graphics. Bubbles is snoring across from me. It's so cute. The cats are scaring me to death because they keep making sounds in the house. Scared, ski-aired, skirt, skirt. Oh, Gooby's on a secret mission again. Okay. He's like Perry the Platypus. He's on a mission. Okay. Nerves were huge. Well, that's good. That's good. I feel better. He's sneaky. All right. He's a trickster. He's the a Cheshire cat. With the cats being sometimes the cats get the zoomies and they make crazy noises, as you know, and other times they like to fight each other. Uh, Claude and has been trying to fight Bubbles' brother out there for a while, but Claude has his own house, and then he likes to roll and he then goes into a secret area where like we could all see him, but he thinks no one could see him. Oh, okay, okay. Those are his two places to go sleep into. All right, nice. So another good thing about the cats is that they get real playful and active. So yeah, it sounds like your cats are very mysterious. It's like when they're in another room making these odd noises, you don't know exactly what's going on. Yeah, definitely. I know there's these cat boxes that are like electronic cat boxes. I've never used them before. My family hasn't used them either, but they apparently like do all the stuff for you. But we have used warming pads before. Like I say, they're outside. You get like a warming blanket, and they go and chill there. Yeah, so I remember how. That's right. You have two cats. Is that correct, Mermaid? I think you said you had two. I have one in here. Yeah, Gooby is. He looks. He's Bubbles' cousin. So the only one I'm familiar with is Gooby. And sometimes you have a situation where you have cats and dogs that could sometimes live and grow up together, which I thought was a fascinating concept growing up because you always think that they're enemies, but they're not. If they're raised together properly, so cats always like to do what they want to do. Dogs can be trained, but cats can't be trained. They do what they like. And they're good at catching rodents, but dogs I like too. I like dogs as well. But it's just an interesting concept of dogs and cats, to different concepts. There are some UFO investigative trials. So there was the Robinson panel in 1953. The CIA organized a committee of scientists that reviewed the best UFO evidence for Project Blue Book. They concluded most cases had conventional explanations and recommended a policy of public debunking to reduce UFO reports. The Condon Committee, 1968. University of Colorado studied, led by physicist Edward Condon. Its final report concluded that the further scientific study of UFOs could not be justified, leading to the closure of Project Blue Book in 1969. Congressional hearings on UAPs in 66, 22, and 32. 1966, 2022, and 2023. Formal investigative trials were witnessed, including former military personnel testified under oath about unidentified anomalous phenomena and alleged government cover-ups of non-human technology. There's a good movie that I watched from many decades ago. It was A Cat from Outer Space. I like that one. That was a humorous movie. Cats can almost seem alien-like the way they act. Very out of this world. Oh, and the Betty and Barney Hill in 61. The first widely reported alien abduction case. The couple's claims were subjected to intense scrutiny through medical evaluations and hypnotic regression. Oh, okay. Thank you, Mermaid. Hey, he's in a secret meeting. Yeah. Oh, the other one's a girl. She's a bit older. Okay. All right. Travis Walton case in 1975. After a logger disappeared for 5 days in Arizona, his coworkers were suspected of murder and subjected to polygraph tests to prove their story about UFO abduction. Oh, it's good that you're all caught up now. That's good. Yeah, The Cat from Outer Space. See when that came out. Let's see. All right, the movie The Cat from Outer Space is 1978 science fiction comedy. It was produced by Disney. All right, that's the movie I was referring to. Okay. Story followed the extraterrestrial named Jake, who is forced to crash land his spaceship to Earth. Jake has a special high-tech collar that allows him to communicate telepathically with humans and perform miraculous feats like levitating objects. Oh yeah, definitely got to keep pushing it. Mermaid, do you have what do you think of the ferrets? If you've seen those before, I don't know how well they get along with cats, but that was a pet that I thought I never had one, but I thought it was a fascinating pet, a ferret. One time I was at a pet store and I saw it, and I thought it was so interesting. Yeah, it looks like a little weasel. Ferrets are so cool and they're fun pets, but they also seem to live for short lives. It's very sad. Oh, that is very sad. Yeah, that is true and that is sad. They're very naughty creatures. They steal items and bury themselves into drawers, and they're silly. Yeah. uh, Maybe they would be accomplices to Gooby. Yeah. Ferrets are cute and they look long, and Gooby does actually look like a ferret because he's so long. Yeah. Yeah, he is. He's probably still part of the ferret impossible mission force, and him and his fellow ferrets uh, do all kinds of missions to help make the world a better place. Yeah, because they can get into all kinds of little places and stuff, and they know all kinds of tricks. Yeah. Yeah. The yeah ferrets. Yeah, ferrets are long. My mom's sister had bunnies, had rabbits. Before. And I remember they used to be like in a cage, and they would eat certain type of food, and they would just go and just chill and eat their food. It's it was very unique, and I thought those were so cute, so cute. Okay, I'm glad that Scoops is back. Hacked, and she got account back, and well, that's good that she got it back, and you listened to how she did it. They can go so fast, it's insane. I had rats and mice. Right now, there are people that have pet rats and mice actually, and they don't live that long apparently. But yeah, they have like all kinds of little play sets and uh, the domesticated rats. I know it sounds kind of crazy, but that's what some people have. Yeah. And one of my friends was saying the other day that she would like to have pet rats and parrots and stuff, but the cat's gonna want them too, and it wouldn't really work out. Yeah. So you have to put everything like little boxes, different compartments. Oh yeah, I'm sure that she would be freaking out. I wouldn't be a happy camper myself. Right? They don't live long enough. I feel that pets should live longer than humans. The tortoise has the turtles and tortoises have something going for them because yeah, Charles Darwin's tortoise that he knew was still alive in like the 2000s, I believe. Oh yeah, the silly pets are always cool. Always entertainment. But yeah, my cat kind of messes with my fish sometimes. I didn't even know you had a fish. What type of fish do you have? Speaking of fish, I had some goldfish before. I had like a. It was down the street before. It was during the SpongeBob Golden Age. I had the fish, and I had hermit crabs. Yeah, the hermit crabs are cool. They have different shells, and I love the aquarium for a hermit crab because the sand is just enchanting to me. The beach sand in general is enchanting, but I like that, and I like it had like a little coconut hut. You know what's crazy? The hermit crab that was in the hurricane survived for many years after the hurricane happened. It was at my grandparents' house. Oh, they're beta male fish. Okay. They're just those boring fish, but infant. When you put them in a habitat, they peak up and they're fighting fish, so they'll have to stay separate. I love the crabs. Yeah. Um, one of my friend's dad had a piranha, and that's something wild. Yeah. Let's see. Another thing that I had a goldfish that was colorful that was like red, white, and blue, and some other colors, and gold. At one time, there was like a birthday party, early, and I was like, "Hey, y'all giving away goldfish for free? This is my lucky day." Reason why the cats never went by it was because it was in an aquarium with a lid on it, and we just had it away where the cats were. So that's why they weren't getting into it. Beta male, beta males. Sorry, they're deemed as boring, but they're actually a bit vicious. They fight to the death if you put them in the tank together. They're fighting for competition. Okay. That's good they have a lid. That's good they have a lid. Yeah. Yeah, crazy, insane fish. Yep. Fighting, I gotta add that one day if I can. Imagine beta males in the pools. Oh yeah, that would be so cool. That would be so funny. And that would be something cool if you had like a pool room with the pools, and then you have these beta male fish that are swimming around, and they could kind of like going at each other, then swimming off, and they go at each other a little bit more and swim off. Yeah. Oh, I see a 9-inch clear glass bubble vase. It's a Timu fishbowl. This actually exists, everybody. There's really a Timu fishbowl. Wow. Yep. Timu has a bunch of fish bowls. They look actually pretty cool looking. Oh, you got a modern eco desktop aquarium fish bowl that looks kind of crazy looking. Well, it looks like Timu is all ready to go. Fighting, I gotta add that one day if I can. Yeah. I would add a huge beta fish. Exactly, that would be cool. It's crazy that some fish attack like a shark would. Yeah, it's kind of like a cat that acts. Shout out to Mary Toodles. It's kind of like a cat that is real cute looking and it hisses and it thinks it's a tiger. So I definitely can understand where the fish are fighting like they think they're sharks. Yeah. Ah, okay, mermaid. Okay. Well, I will look out for your video later when it goes live. Okay. All right. And where it says today wasn't a day. I also had awful rest all night, sadly, and went weird day. Oh, okay. I'm glad you'll be here for a while. That's good. That's good. Murray, did you watch before you do your thing? Did you watch Fairy Odd Parents? That was another one that I watched. That was a good show, and it was like still it like went away, then it came back. Oh, you love that show a ton. Yeah, yeah, that one was good. I remember sitting on the couch and watching it, right where I was and everything. It's a clear memory. Yeah. You know what's crazy? I think I remember watching SpongeBob late at night, but they didn't come on late at night. So it must have been, I don't know what it was. Maybe it was storming outside. That show, or like I don't know if it was a guy moon or, but supposedly was based on angels and wishing was about all that stuff. Like he was Christian, I heard. Oh, okay. I didn't know about that. That makes sense. Yeah. Sad that guy Moon, I believe is his name, is recently passed. Also, I watched them a night too. It was by VHS and DVD. Yeah, yeah. Rest in peace. That is very sad. Yeah. Oh, hello, Duke. Good evening to you. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, there's a theory is based off Christianity in some, but who knows? Well, I love subliminal messages inside TV shows. There's so many subliminal messages. Like for instance, Courage Cowardly Dog had subliminal messages in it. We talked about that show; it was pretty creepy. But you know, I like creepy shows. You know, they're interesting. But the yeah, SpongeBob. SpongeBob is known to have creepy pastas and subliminal things in it too. Ah, good evening, blah. Scared. Got the it's a vampire stream, night owl stream, yeah. And we were just talking about that earlier, actually. Yeah, shout out to Duke. Well, I can tell that you're very welcome because I can tell he uh, was working on it his whole life. He seems extremely well informed with his talented gifts in music. Right said they put creepypastas in SpongeBob and new SpongeBob, and I didn't like it. I've not seen the newer ones, and I'm referring to the vintage ones. But yeah, okay, Mermaid. What is your opinion about the new SpongeBob's? I've seen clips of them. They're more expressive, like their facial features and all are more shapes. There's more shapes and stuff that they turn into than they used to. Like for instance, Pearl's mother died or was deleted, and Mr. Krabs adopted her. That's like a creepy pasta from like what the origins of Pearl was, being a mermaid. I mean, being a she wasn't a mermaid. Anyway, uh, the mermaid one was from the SpongeBob movie. I'm getting all mixed up now, and oh, I see. Metal has a history of Satanism in it, and black metal and stuff, but it does have Christian metal too, which is cool. Right. And look up the actual creepypasta and actual SpongeBob. It's not scary. It's stupid. Oh, okay. Okay. I hate to do SpongeBob. All right. Yeah, there was a point where I was like watching it, and then it was just kind of I don't know. Oh, there was one about Squidward deleting himself, and they actually put it in the SpongeBob show at one time in the newer ones. So they're making it the Squidward self deletion canonical. You like the new SpongeBob, but not a lot. Duke, yep, that's SpongeBob's emoji. Oh wait, wait, we're gonna do this. Watch this. we're gonna. Here we go. Is it gonna work? Oh, no, no, no. I got this like this. Watch this. Oh, that's the one you meant? Okay. It looks like I guessed the correct one. This one's Squidward's house. Oh, you watch? Oh, I love those seasons. Yeah, I remember. I love the artwork Mermaid in the SpongeBob shows. I love the artwork. Well, that is good. You rewatch it with your kids. That is so cool. It's like once we were kids, and then the kids that are growing up can watch them. You see, they made it so adults and kids can both enjoy it. I'll do the same thing in my future when I have them of my own. And yeah, I like the SpongeBob, um, the artwork, and the sounds, the noises, the bubbles, etc. It's so cool. Oh, you prefer the Squidbillies? Oh, dude, I watched the Squidbillies, and I remember when it was like new. I would see ads for it, and I would watch pieces of it. That show was funny. I remember that. Yeah. Uh, I remember and they had their little hats on and they're squidding around. Yeah, Squidward's cousins. Yeah, I remember Adult Swim will have these ads that'll be creepy, like creepy pastas we would call them now, and they'll have like real weird ads. I remember when I was like kind of like half asleep watching it, and it'll like show one of those ads. I was like, whoa, for a second, I was scared. I kind of like seeing Squidbillies, Squidbillies, Squidbillies. Yeah, they're funny. The range folks, them Squidbillies going to the Squidbilly family reunion and having a Squidbilly schedule special for a Squidbilly uh, dine-in experience. Oh, I agree it should have won many Oscars. It wasn't appreciated enough. Yeah, I like the animation, the graphics, by the way, as I'm obsessed with graphics and a design of a product. That's why, like, for instance, I don't run ads in my live streams because I'm too obsessed with the user experiences. And I just, you know, didn't want to do that there. But uh, yeah, I think that with the obsession I have with it, I thought the drawings that they did were pretty cool and funny and entertaining. And it's a it was like something simple, but it was still well made for a funny like adult show, and it got the point across. Yeah, yeah. I watch another thing about the Adult Swim was that it was another thing that I want the website had some games in it that were kind of crazy, but I played them with my friends. This is back when the PC was the ancient relic of a PC. That's what it was. It wasn't like the modern computers. That and we don't really have flash games anymore. Oh yeah, I remember Aqua Teen Hunger. Yeah, and American Dad. That was kind of related to Family Guy. Yeah, the yeah, that show was funny. Because that was like a concept of like using fast food as a type of food. It was like a not food, but a type of cartoon, food for cartoon. Yeah, yeah, the shake guy. Right, America Adult Swim animation sitcom originally premiered off of Space Ghost Coast, and what year did it start? Let's see. It started in 2001. Yeah, that's cool. Squidbillies came out in '05. I remember it was real popular back in '08 and '09, '07, etc. Master Shake. Oh, the meat dude, the meat wad is always that guy was always just chilling. Like he always was like a smirk on his face. He was like the happiest guy, the happiest meatball thing wad that could ever be there. Frylock. Yeah. Yeah, he was just the happiest little chunk of meat specimen in the universe, in all the galaxy. Yeah, the meat wad, um, the meat wad breakdance. Drop it like a meat wad. Hilarious. Another one that I liked. Oh, it went out. I'll come back. I have a lot of windows open. I am actually on. That's good. Ricky and Morty's one that's famous that I like too. The it kind of reminds me of Back to the Future, or like a cartoon version of it. Carl Burton and Dolitzky, the neighbor. He, I remember him. Yeah. His accent was hilarious, and also the Boondocks. That one was. I don't know if they would air that one now, but that was a good one. Yeah. Hey, Carl the neighbor. Yeah. Smiling Friends. A recent breakout hit follows a small Smiling Friends. Oh, that one was one of my most favorites. Was Robot Chicken. Duke, you probably like that one too. That one was wild. Every single one would have a different skit to it. Yeah. Yeah, wild. Yeah, you like that too, Duke. Absolutely. I literally have a SpongeBob cup, and now noticing it says "scare" or "be scare." Oh, it looks like they're watching my live streams, or they probably saw some live stream somewhere, and they saw what we were saying. I'm serious. There is a Pixar movie coming out this summer, or it may have already came out last year, and it was an alien, and the kid says "noise," like what I say on the live stream. So I'm serious. It's like it's a I'm starting trends. Remember the Robot Chicken Star Wars ones were hilarious too. Yeah, the intro was crazy as well. I liked Primal. Uh, Primal was really cool. It was the graphics. It's still out now. In January 2026. It's like a delight. Telling about it. It's this beautiful graphics. It's really nice. Some of my old neighbors' kids call me Robot Chicken because of the metal lake. Oh, okay, okay. Uh, yeah, I think that. Oh, yeah. Shout out to you, Duke. And is it there of coming up with those things? And I, Robot Chicken is like a cyborg. He also has like a eye, like a robot thing on his face. He has that also, and like a red infrared laser thing on his face. He had that too. I thought that was wild when I first saw that. I was like, whoa. Yeah. Oh, okay. Continue. Uh, there's Venture Bros, a parody of Johnny Quest. I saw that before. Um, a long time ago. Let's see. Yeah, let's say Robot Chicken was one I liked. And I'll say again, they had ads in Adult Swim that were like skits about missing people or some kind of skit, or fortune telling. And remember one time I was like kind of dozing off. I was like, "Whoa, what's going on here?" And my neighbor, my friend's mom was telling me the same thing. Like when she was seeing it, those ads on there, she was like, "Whoa." Hello there, Zero. Good to see you as you're making your rounds in the spaceship to make sure everything's running in line. And still here, but not in chat. Okay, so yeah, Zero. What happened was we were discussing in the entertainment room to get the Earth signal to get some more of the funny cartoons on there. So we were just discussing the different shows that we were watching that you helped us put on the spaceship. Yeah. Now there was in one of the rooms there's a mysterious leak that we don't know. I don't know where it's coming from. In one of the, it's like the room towards the left. I don't know what the problem with that is. So that is what you could look at that. I'm scared. There is Metalocalypse. the world famous. It was a had to do with a death metal band. Okay, and so yeah, so those are some of the famous shows, and there's some new ones on board. There is the Common Side Effects, a conspiracy themed animated series that debuted in 2025. There's Keeping Up with the Joneses, is satirical comedy about Dallas Elite, scheduled for release in 2026. Interesting. Let's see the list of new shows on there. Have I seen the Bat Metal videos? Um, did I? I think I did. I think I did. Let's see what it looks like. Let's see. Refresh my memory. Yeah, I've seen those. Okay, I've seen those before. Not in a long time, but I have to go look back at that again. Yes, and it's yes, definitely it's humorous, Eugene. Definitely. All right, Zero. Okay, I thought I got a note about a room that you didn't know exactly what room it was, but something was doing something it's not supposed to instead of something not doing something it's supposed to. Yes, exactly, Zero. Those are my complex instructions. I know I'm very specific in layman's terms when I say these things, but I got the transcript right here about Carl, the three-eyed alien, brought it over to me to give to you exactly what it is because I like to make things very complicated. No one got hurt from it. There was Eric, the alien, the yellow alien. He slipped for a second, but he was able to catch himself. But he slipped for a second because me, the genius, forgot to put up the wet floor sign. I forgot to supply them a wet floor sign. So I must really be getting all these stars I'm gazing must be getting to my head where I'm not giving out simple things. So I got the other. I got everything situated now. They all have their equipment where the other aliens that are around the spaceship don't slip on anything or do anything foolish. Everything now is running smoothly, but for a second there, it was like, what are we doing? Because spaceship would not run Zero without without you because sometimes I'll be looking here and there and look, that's going off or this is going off. So shout out to you, but yes, everything's taken care of now. There's just a minor slip incident, but it was something minor. All right. So to answer your question, Eugene, yes, I saw that. It's been a couple years since I've seen it. Okay. You see, I don't really watch a lot of TV anymore. I'm dead focused on this internet stuff. Like I'm glued to it. But back before I got back into YouTube, you see how I talk back into YouTube, back. When I was on YouTube more, I didn't do it as much. You see, Duke is saying that. So I'm saying I got all the spaceship taken care of, but Duke knows that I'm obviously may not be completely being honest when I say that. Yeah, he knows. It's like I got all of this a million things in order in 10 seconds. It's like some domino's gonna fall at some point this week, somewhere in the spaceship. Scared. Yeah, it's like the big galactic Death Star. It's like there's all kinds of different stuff and places in there, and when I see all these stars, it's like recently. I'll show you me recently of which is. I got so many windows open. I'm going to cause that of stream to go to 0 again. It's gonna so many windows, man. All right, shout out to the Spaceship Cats, and we're gonna put this here. Okay, this is me recently. So I was just floating around. I'm looking at all those galaxies and stuff, and I get distracted. And that's not the spaceship. That's one of the smaller ships that are used to deploy the flying saucers. Zero says, we're in the line of work where something is on fire all the time and everything is on fire some of the time. Yes, we are. Yes, we are. It's the spaceship is on fire all the time. All the time, the spaceship's on fire. There's always something to talk. Always a shenanigan going on in the spaceship, and Zero has to save the day. Yeah, and also there's the space yetis. For some of you that may be new or not have been here in a while, there's something called the space yetis, and the space yetis are. I met my first space yeti when it snowed in my city a year ago, and they thought the space yetis got to me when my phone went out, but they didn't luckily get to me. But sometimes they try to latch onto the spaceship, similar to the Twilight Zone, where that thing goes on the wing, the gremlin thing. So they're kind of like that. And then Zero and myself, we have to go and figure out where it is and send them back to where to its meteorite or planet where it came from. And then one time, the aliens and Zero hiding behind me while I have a flashlight would go into the room to see where it is, and then we spot it because there's like noises and it's like it thinks it can't be seen, but it is seen. Yeah, so that is that's a galactic site. It's a beautiful site. So I'm supposed to be looking at the moon. I shot for the moon, but I'm too busy gazing at stars. Yeah. And so yeah, that summarizes the spaceship shenanigans that we have. Okay, and I got a million windows open. See, explain. Let's see. Explain. All right, so there's and we got okay. And okay, Aqua Teen. There is after Carl gets into a horrific accident, the Aqua Teens help him by replacing his entire body with a giant sentient hand. So it reminds me of Mermaids, where in the pools rooms, where uh, there's like a hand that has a body attached to it. That's basically what that reminds me of. Why it's funny. So it features the peak of Carl's suffering, including a truly bizarre musical number. The handle is incredibly polite while being completely a nightmare to watch, it unfold. Okay, there's a plot in the Squidbillies one time where early discoveries he can make no, yeah, discovers he can make money by selling a toxic hallucinogenic beverage he brewed in a dumpster. Right. It highlights Early's complete lack of ethics and includes some of the most quotable nonsense. So some of the most quotable scenes was from that episode. All right, and all right, smiling friends, the Dismons and all right. So Zero says, so you know me, I always hear something, but never find out everything. Those in power are going to make an announcement before the end about 2028 about something. It's said to be a few things. Oh, thank you, Zero. I was talking about that earlier with uh, the different elites, the cults that are running things. I was talking about something similar, and we were watching reacting to some different shows about allegedly in 28 or 29, there's going to something that might happen with some sort of event may occur. So yeah. And Zero says, I'm not sure. All I know, it's supposed to change how we sustain. Ah, okay. Thank you for the update. All right, Smiley friends. The Desmond's big day out. The main characters and him and Charlie try to make a man named Desmond smile so he doesn't end his own life. And it's a perfect example of a new style, fast-paced, chaotic, and incredibly dark ending. It's a massive, unexpected twist that became an instant meme. Yeah. I'll shout the bubbles. I see you, buddy. Okay. And this whole list and file stuff is distracting from what is going on now, and they'll tell us once it's done. Okay, Zero. We of course do not want to be distracted by anything, so we will keep this in mind as well. That's also Agenda 2028 is noted. That we will be keeping an eye out for that as well. Thank you. The Eric the Andre show. That one, okay. Standard talk show interview evolves into Eric Andre destroying his set and harassing his guests. Scared. Alright, and Zero says, but the cover story I'm getting is the elite have lost the war, but I cannot accept it until I see that. Yeah, I will definitely wait until I see it too. Because I don't really know if they're going to ever accept it. Or if they really know they did or not. It's going to be something definitely debatable, indeed. Yeah, because remember, something could appear that it's defeated, but it isn't. You know, I was educating Chad about this earlier, and Chad thought it was interesting. It's good where people, because sometimes people have their heads in the sand. Because there's an incident. One of my friends was in a chat. She was talking to people about the censorship that goes on, where we type something on YouTube, it censors it, and people didn't believe her. But see, a lot of people have their heads in the sand. They don't realize what's going on. So that is why I'm glad to have base conversations about these things, because people are like, it's not true, it's not censorship, nothing's going on. Doi, doi, doi. Right. Ricky and Morty, Pickle Rick. That's a funny word, Pickle Rick. Rick turns himself into a pickle specifically to avoid going to family therapy. It's famous for a reason. It starts as a stupid joke and turns into a high octane account of a movie parody, generally well written and fun to watch. Yeah. Okay, explain the short ads on. Alright, Zero says, you know what I'm typing about, even if I'm speaking plainly about what we're talking about, but there are more layers. The need to know is to understand that. It's confusing to start, but yeah. A lot once you get the current events related to what you know now and comprehend to be able to understand. Yes, understood. You know, because that's why we call it the rabbit hole, because there's so many layers and there's so many layers to it. You know, definitely, absolutely. It's like when you think you figured it out, is actually some more to it. Then what you figured out was actually a distraction of what's actually going on. Then you go. It seems like definitely a cycle indeed. Yeah. I see you there, Bubbles. Let's see. Let's see. Okay. And let's go this way. One moment. All right. All right. Let's go here. Well, okay. It's okay. Bubbles has the zoomies. That's all that's going on. All right. So what happens is a lot of once you get to current events related to what you know now and comprehend, yes, and because Bubbles is having the zoomies, he's excited that the spaceship leak was fixed. All right, and Zero says, "I think you'll like the statement I made up. As long as everyone wants their cut, the FTL spaceship will remain in pieces, and you will even understand more than base later of what I've said." All right, and yeah, thank you. Let's see. Right, and I do like the different quotes, riddles, etc. Was it more of a? I guess that's what it's called. I think it's the right word for it. I like it. It's a subliminal message. Yeah, and let's see, and a lot of people like with the spaceship. It certainly is has personality to it in its own self. It definitely does. And once they're cut, in pieces. And I like to read that again. As long as everyone wants their cut, the FTL spaceship will remain in pieces. Yeah, and this is where a lot of times with these elites, by the way, they want division, so everybody is fighting each other. That's what a lot of times that they will like to do with the elites, etc. So as long as it's like, say, people were like selfishly like trying to divide everything up, but what they do instead is be more united, and they can't be dividing it. So, but of course, these other groups, elites, etc., want it all to be divided, and then it would be a destroyed spaceship. That is what that's taken care of. Let's see. Okay, and I appreciate the information, Zero. Okay, and let's go here. Okay, those are some cartoons that I mentioned that were funny to watch, and there's lots of let's see, files. Let's see some conspiracies. And thank you, Zero, for going down the rabbit hole with me about that. Very cool. Yeah, yeah. You see, chat, the elites didn't like me talking about how. So I'm going to reiterate this, see if it works, but it was choppy because they don't want me exposing the truth. So I'm going to proceed to tell you all what's going on here while we get rid of some Timu noise. Alright, so maybe it won't be as choppy this time, but okay. What about this? Does this need to be open? It may need to be open. Yep, it went out. And let's go. Anyway, yeah. So there's a spaceship as a whole, And if people keep dividing the spaceship, if the elites want the spaceship to be divided, and by doing that, it causes a lot of problems with the ship itself. So that's why unity is strength, and the elites don't want us all united. So that's the whole point. That if the spaceship was divided up, let's say like society being divided up, then it won't stand. Right? Remember what I stated at the beginning. Raise his finger until the end of currency this war. Okay, Zero, understood. Thank you. Okay, I think I'm back now. Yes, we are back. So I think if I want to say this for a third time, if I don't get censored, we'll try this again. So the spaceship as a whole is united together, right? And then the elites want people to take out pieces of the spaceship where it's divided and it just crumbles. So the elites don't want unity; they want distractions, and they don't want strength of the united front. So that's just what I was trying to say. Yeah, that is true. That is true. And if everyone were influenced by the elites to take a piece for it for themselves, so to speak, piece of the pie, then there's like, it's foiled. And then these like vampiric elites trying to get their endochrome they're like a parasite that just sucks it up. Right. So that is something that is very factual, in my opinion. And there you go, I said it. And I think it went through this time. Okay. All right. Have I seen the thermo cameras that can detect non-humans? Yeah, yeah, I have. I have heard about that, and it's something very important to talk about. It's a concept that I was talking to with some other people in a different chat room about the other day. This is what it says about that, okay? And it says, yes, the thermal cameras, they can detect nearly the anything non-human entity. It can be ranging from animal and objects, environmental hazards, and I think it's trick photography to prove wrong. Okay. And so usually a lot of times it's pets and animals and little critters like that. And omnipotent objects. No, that's not how you say it. Inanimate objects. So beyond living things, thermal cameras can detect heat anomalies in non-living systems, which is critical for safety maintenance, electrical magnetic failures, strategical structures, environmental hazards. Now let's see about something paranormal. Right, can it see something paranormal? Okay. Now, there isn't any proof from science, allegedly, that they can see ghosts, but they are popular tools for paranormal investigators for detecting unexplained temperatures. Like, I certainly, now it's possible, Zero, that there could be electric signals or something there that's using a trick on, But the key point here is that with multiple instruments, say like a LiDAR and also a, what's it called? The one of those usual sensors that they use to hunt ghosts, which that's not even telling you what it is, but that's what it is. They if you use multiple things that could see something kind of strange, I think it's possible it could be something paranormal. Now it could be other things too. It's not necessarily that, but with those type of sensors, something is there. What it is questionable. But I think with more detail about which type of energy fields do what could be a way to distinguish one from another. All right. Energy manifestation. It theorized that spirits may absorb heat from the surrounding environment to manifest, creating a measurable cold spot. Temperature anomalies. Some believe certain entities, like demonic presence, might instead appear as a hot spots because it possesses their own energy rather than drawing from the room. Thermal cameras allow investigators to see in total darkness by detecting infrared, rational rather than visible light, making it easier to spot anomalies in haunted locations. Now, there's usually attributed to natural environmental factors, though. The thermal reflections, highly reflective surfaces, glass, mirrors, and polished metal, can reflect heat. The investigators themselves making them think it's like a phantom staying in front of them. The residual heat. Objects can retain heat after being touched, for instance, and a ghostly footprint on a floor might just be leftover heat from someone who walked there barefoot minutes earlier. Structural drafts. Unexplained cold spots are frequently caused by drafts from old windows, etc. Alright, Zero says, to what you're talking about, I know all about it from documents and the CIA has about past events still vibrating in location they occurred. It's how and why those ghost boxes things work. Science. Okay. Well, thank you for providing that. I was not aware of those files. That makes sense. It's a type of vibration, kind of like a boomerang or an echo. That's what it's like. Interesting. Like how they say a star died a long time ago, but it still can shine. Something like that. Yeah. But those are more natural explanations about what those things are. But of course, I do believe in paranormal, and I do think there are spiritual entities that can appear and disappear. And with this other machine, we want to talk to you about what that is. Let's see. B. I thought that was Orlok, but it was actually a dude standing in a cave. It's interesting. Okay. Okay. Let's see. An EMF detector. That's what I was talking about. EMF detector can detect ghosts, and a Geiger counter as well can be used. Yeah. There's definitely CIA documents that they're not telling us about, and they try to make... See, another thing about, example you meant earlier about people taking parts of the spaceship and it getting, like, destroyed, when they want us to think a certain way with the media, and things that not be true. But when we really look at the fine print, there's actually something else they don't really tell us, like what you're saying with the CIA and the vibrations from the past. You know, they don't want to tell people stuff like that and have people dumb down about it because they want to hide all this stuff for themselves. So that's how you know the people in charge are not always having your best interest. Echo, it's a sound remains after many years. The example was the daughter of the shoe salesman let the old shoe shop be used, and the CIA heard sales going on from their research of ghosts and spirits. Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you. Then that's an interesting concept that I didn't think about prior. So I like how it's that's an explanation about what those ghosts are when people hear them. Those ghost boxes. It's hearing something that was from a long time ago. That's still visible from the ghost box. Okay, interesting. Thank you. All right. Okay, Zero. You see, chat. This is what I'm talking about with censorship. It's cringe. All right, and let's see about this part right here. And let's do this right here. All right, the elements of the there's a Christmas story. It features a team like using the tech record residual sound. The CIA has shared official spooky stories from its own history, including reports of mysterious figures in suits and fedora seen and heard talking on the phone late at night, but night by multiple employees. And the Project Stargate. The CIA did not conduct extensive research into the human paranormal capabilities and remote viewing. While these files discuss the the thoughts and seeing things remotely, they rarely mention the retail locations like shoe shops. Pop culture confusion. All right. Well, that is something that we're really talking about. And let's see, during the 60s and 70s, the CIA issued shoes with hidden. This fun fact: compartments, conceal documents, and real-world spy artifacts. And one thing I want to read again is the sound remains after many years. An example was a daughter of a shoe salesman let the old shoe shop be used, and the CIA heard sales going on from their research of ghost spirits. Yep. Okay. And let's go here. Go to this page. And let's go back to this while we see what Zero has to say. Alright.
The way they've done it here violates the rules because they're specifically commenting on her guilt in this case. The other thing I'd like to...
Oh, Lord. Okay, I saw a video about someone. I saw a video about some walking to like news station showing people heat, and then there was like 2 or 3 guards walking out in front without this. What I'm typing about. Okay, thank you. Thanks, Zero. You see, chat. This is what I'm talking about with YouTube with the censorship. Like, and you see, even Bubbles is angry about the censorship. That's why he's having the zoomies right now. Yeah, he knows what's going on. He knows what's going on. Thank you for informing me, as always.
Address is the APA standards essentially say there's different ways to do it. Like you could have done it under seal. this wouldn't have been an issue. She spent a vast amount of money, taxpayers have probably spent a vast amount of money and time on this issue, where we're not working, or it's limiting our ability to work on other things, we're doing this. Ultimately, this rests on, or what's alleged, she violated jail procedure.
Arzio says the thermo camera with non-human is what the comment was placed. Okay, thank you, Zero, for letting me know. Okay. Understood. Okay, and let's exit these windows. Yeah, so that is an explanation about the thermo cameras with non-humans, and that just gives a depicted detail about the different echoes and sounds existing for longer than we and after people are gone, and these devices are able to detect this stuff. It may not be what people think it is, but it may be something having to do with it, with the echoing from the past, literally, in a way. Yeah, not even metaphorically. All right. And I was talking about ghost hunting with somebody in another chat, so I'm glad that you also brought it up too. Let's see. All right, and as I said, thank you for explaining that to me, by the way. Okay, and by the way, 2 days will be the alien birthday on the 25th. Pretty cool. All right, and so that was like a fun fact to talk about, to say for a moment.
Policy. As well, they make that determination, okay? The jail has internal remedies to deal with that. And the jail has decided that she recently violated one of those, and they have prohibited her from contacting her mother. So there were other ways to accomplish this goal without creating a media narrative with the state's position on her guilt and the credibility of her witnesses. And I think, I just want to turn the court to the Hensley case. We relied on it in our briefing.
Is that the Fifth Circuit case?
It's a Fifth Circuit case.
That was during trial, though, right?
It was.
Okay.
And I get that sometimes it's different. It can be different during trial because you've impaneled a jury. Those are the people who are sitting in it, right? I think that is different.
By implication, no other available alternatives to mitigate potential prejudice.
Correct. But it's still, and maybe these don't get litigated. I don't know. I mean, I don't know the answer to that. Maybe, I don't know how many people, how many arguments are had. If this were a case without a lot of press, okay, if this were normal course, like my 60 other whatever cases I have, right, that are going through the courts, sure, we litigate things on the record, but nobody's looking at the record, right? It's not getting broadcast out to potential jurors. And so when you look at those types of cases in a normal course, it may not be problematic. I mean, it may still be a violation, but the prejudice may not be as grave as it is in this case. Because, nobody would see it, right? The jurors, I panel juries all the time that have never heard of my clients and have no clue about anything that happened, and they go about the normal course of business. And so the only thing that's brought to their attention are the things that are said in trial. And so that's why I think we see most of the case law come from that, because that's how majority of the cases go. This case is different because this case has so much publicity. Greater care should be taken to ensure we're not tainting a jury pool, to ensure we're not saying the things in pretrial matters that we couldn't say at trial, because the effect is the same. We're potentially causing the same harm that would happen in those other cases to a jury when it's broadcast to the world, where we have, have jurors that have likely heard of it. And I don't think that the extent that the state has gone to in this case can be remedied short of, I mean, obviously we're here asking for a dismissal, but alternatively, without grave sanctions against the state. And we suggest that they be removed and this start over or continue forward, is what I should say, with a clean slate, in order to, put some order back in and, go back and ensure her fairness, her right to a fair trial. These premises aren't lip service. I mean, this is essentially the most important thing we can be arguing at this point, is whether or not we can ensure that she gets a fair trial. I think that ultimately is the most important thing in a criminal case. It's, the lofty reason a lot of us started doing this in the beginning, because we're going to be a champion for the rules. But, and I don't mean to make light of that. I think that's true for most of us who do this. But it is the most important thing. And so it can't be just, well, as the state says, like, too bad it's out there, we're just going to keep going, it's fine. It's not fine. It's not fine because they violated the rules, and the result of that is worldwide prejudice and a world that thinks that her liars, and her witnesses, and her counsel, are going to misrepresent things to them or lie to them. And that's a hard thing to remedy.
I understand your position.
Thank you.
Thank you. The issue before the court is defendant's motion to dismiss due to prosecutorial misconduct. The gravamen of defendant's motion is that due to conduct by the Summit County Attorney's Office, defendant has been denied due process and her right to a fair trial. Specifically, defendant asserts that statements made by the Summit County Attorney's Office in briefing related to the walk the dog letter, briefing related to the Summit County Attorney's Office request for further limitations on Ms. Richens' ability to speak with her family members, have included statements that violate Rules 3.4 and 3.8 of the model and Utah Rules of Professional Conduct. Those statements include things like, quote, defendant is engaging in witness tampering or needs to be prevented from further engaging in witness tampering. The motion for no contact was based on the defendant's witness tampering and the breach of jail security procedures. The walk the dog letter illustrates the defendant's consciousness of guilt with respect to certain explanations made by the defense for certain actions, that no such link exists in the evidence, that defendant concocts a false narrative, that defendant's own handwriting, she attempts to induce her brother to testify falsely, that she is facilitating witness tampering and supporting a false factual narrative, that she is giving her mother instructions to induce her brother to testify falsely, that this may indeed not be the first time the defendant witness tampered, and that defendant is making a frantic, dishonest attempt.
Alright, and going here. Okay, everybody, for the night, we are going to be ending the stream. Thank you all for coming. Have a good evening, afternoon, day, and peace.